Hello everyone. Welcome to Mr. Midnight True Crime Stories. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Go ahead and pull that blanket just a little higher. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. If you have been carrying something heavy today, a worry, a tension, the weight of just being a person in a complicated world, I want you to know that you can set it down right here, just for a little while. You do not need it tonight. Tonight, all you need to do is listen. Let my voice be the only thing that matters for the next few hours. Everything else can wait until morning. I want to thank every single one of you who comes back here night after night. Some of you have been with this channel since the very beginning, and I see you in the comments every week. The ones who say they cannot fall asleep without this playing softly in the background. The ones who say these stories make them feel less alone in the dark. I think about you when I write these scripts. I think about you settling into your pillow, the room quiet, the rest of the world finally hushed, and I want to make sure that what I give you is worth your time, worth your trust, and worth that sacred space between wakefulness and sleep. Tonight, I have brought you something I have been sitting with for a very long time. It is a story that begins on a warm May afternoon in 1924, in a city that believed itself to be safe, in a neighborhood where mothers still let their babies nap in carriages on the sidewalk, because that was simply what you did. It is a story about love, the kind of love that quietly curdles into something desperate and unrecognizable. It is a story about a city that erupted overnight, about a baby who vanished, about a woman who appeared from the shadows to offer a single crucial clue and then disappeared back into them again. It is about a detective who would not give up, and it is about a confession that made a city pause, breathe, and reconsider everything it thought it felt. But it is also, and this is the part one keep coming back to, a story about the things we do when we are afraid. About the lengths we will go to when we believe that love, real love, the kind that holds a marriage together, the kind that keeps a family intact, is slipping through our fingers like water, and there is nothing we can do to stop it. So, are you comfortable? Good. Let us begin. Philadelphia in the spring of 1924 was the kind of city that hummed with a particular energy, a pride that was almost physical, almost something you could touch. It was a city that had survived the long grief of the First World War, that had watched its sons come home changed, and its streets fill back up with the stubborn noise of ordinary life. The trolleys rang their bells. The Market Street elevated train rattled overhead, casting its long, rippling shadows across the brick row houses below. The upholstery shops and the bakeries and the small dry goods stores were all open, their owners standing in their doorways in the afternoon light, watching neighbors walk by, nodding, exchanging the small ceremonial courtesies of people who had chosen, however deliberately or accidentally, to build their lives alongside one another. West Philadelphia in particular had that quality, the quality of a neighborhood that knew itself. The streets were lined with two-story brick homes, their white stone steps swept clean each morning, their narrow yards tended with a kind of modest seriousness. Women hung laundry between the buildings in the early hours and called to each other across the alleyways. Children played on the sidewalks after school, their voices rising and falling in that effortless, careless way that children have when they do not yet know the world can be unkind. It was, in the way that all truly ordinary places are, beautiful in a manner that only becomes visible in retrospect, only once you know what is about to happen to it. The Modell family lived and worked in the middle of all of this. Mr. Modell ran a small upholstery shop, the kind of business that required patience and craftsmanship and a steady relationship with the people around you. Because your customers were your neighbors, and your neighbors were your community, and your community was, in a very real sense, your livelihood. He was not a wealthy man. He was not a man who appeared in newspapers or who anyone outside of his few streets would have known by name. He was simply a man doing the work of building something, a business, a home, a family, with the tools he had been given and the stubborn, quiet determination that immigrant communities in American cities had always possessed. Eva Modell was his wife, and the word that comes to mind when you try to describe Eva, based on everything that was written about her in the days that followed, everything that the reporters and the neighbors and the police officers who encountered her tried to put into words, is devoted. She was devoted to her husband, to her shop, to her neighborhood, and above all, to her daughter. Her daughter, who had been born 10 weeks earlier, who had entered the world in the deep cold of late winter and who had, by the time that warm May afternoon arrived, already won a neighborhood baby contest. Already, 10 weeks old, and already the subject of proud smiles and congratulations and the particular communal tenderness that a neighborhood reserves for a new baby, a new life, in its midst. Her name was Corinne Model, 10 weeks old, 8.5 pounds of ordinary, perfect, irreplaceable new life. On the afternoon of May 5th, 1924, the sun was warm and the air was soft in the way that early May air in Philadelphia can be. Not quite summer, not quite spring, something hovering in between that makes you want to be outside, that makes you tilt your face up toward the light and feel, briefly, that everything is fine. Eva Model felt that. You can be certain she felt that. Because that kind of afternoon does something to a mother. It makes her want the best of the world for her child, and the best, on an afternoon like that, seems like the simplest possible thing. Fresh air, a soft blanket, the sound of the neighborhood going about its business, a baby carriage parked just outside the door. That is all Eva wanted. That is all she arranged. She settled Corinne into her carriage, tucked the blanket around her with the careful precision of a mother who has been studying her daughter's every preference for 10 weeks and knows exactly how she likes to be wrapped, and she set the carriage just outside the door of the upholstery shop. Then she stepped back inside. There was work to be done. There was always work to be done. The afternoon would only last so long, and Corinne would sleep, and the neighborhood was safe. And this was simply what you did. At approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, both Eva and Mr. Model were inside the shop. At approximately 2 o'clock, Eva stepped back outside. The carriage was still there. The blanket was still tucked in. Everything looked, from a distance of a few steps, exactly as she had left it. But Eva Model was a mother, and mothers do not look from a distance. She crossed to the carriage and pulled back the blanket, the way she had done 100 times in 10 weeks, gently, automatically, already forming in her mind the shape of her daughter's sleeping face, the little fist sometimes tucked under the chin, the lashes resting against the cheeks, and what she found beneath that blanket was not her daughter. What she found was a doll, a baby doll, placed with careful deliberateness beneath the blanket, arranged to suggest the curve and the weight of a sleeping infant to anyone who did not look closely enough. To anyone who did not love the child the way Eva Model loved Corinne. Eva Model looked closely enough. The sound that came out of her in that moment, let us not rush past it. Let us stay with it for just a breath, the way the neighborhood itself seemed to stay with it, the way the street seemed to go briefly, terribly silent before the next sound came, and then the next. A mother's scream is one of the most singular sounds in the world. It carries a frequency that does not require translation. Every person who heard it that afternoon on that street in West Philadelphia knew, without being told, that something had gone irreparably wrong. And just like that, the warm May afternoon was over. The police arrived quickly, officers from the 55th and Pine Street station, because that was the nearest precinct, because the Model shop was within their territory, because the call came through, and they came. They came, and they found Eva Model standing over the empty carriage with the doll still in her hands, and Mr. Model beside her, and the neighbors already beginning to gather in that quiet, horrified way that people gather when catastrophe lands in the middle of a place that thought itself immune to catastrophe. The detective who would take lead on the investigation arrived not long after the initial officers. He was the kind of man who had seen enough of the city's darker corners to have developed a certain careful stillness. Not coldness, never coldness, but stillness. The kind of stillness that allows you to stand in the middle of chaos and take inventory. He walked to the carriage. He looked at the doll. He looked at the street in both directions. He looked at the faces of the people already gathered. And then he began to ask questions, because that was all you could do. That was always all you could do. You began with questions, and you hoped that somewhere in the answers there was a thread, just one thread, that you could follow. His first question was the simplest and the most impossible. Who had done this? He did not know yet. None of them knew yet. What kind of answer was waiting for them on the other side of that question? They did not know yet what the doll meant. Not really. They did not know yet that they were not looking for a ransom kidnapper or a desperate stranger passing through. They did not know yet that the answer to that question lived in a quiet bedroom not many miles away, behind a closed door, under a carefully arranged lie that had been 10 months in the making. They did not know any of that yet. What they knew was this: a 10-week-old baby girl was gone. A mother was standing in the street holding a doll. A neighborhood was beginning to understand that something had shifted in its world. In the afternoon, the warm, golden, innocent May afternoon, had already become something else entirely, had already become the beginning of one of the most extraordinary stories the city of Philadelphia would carry into the next century. But before we go any further into the investigation, before we follow the detective down the streets of West Philadelphia in search of a blonde woman and a bundle and a trail that seemed to vanish as quickly as it appeared, I want to pause here for a moment. I want to talk about what it means to leave a baby outside. Because in 1924, this was not the neglect it might appear to be in our current understanding. In 1924, in working-class neighborhoods in American cities, leaving an infant in a carriage outside the front of your home or shop while you worked just inside was not only common, it was considered healthy. The fresh air was believed to be beneficial. The outdoor nap was something pediatricians of the era actively encouraged. Mothers up and down the street did exactly what Eva Modell did on that May afternoon. It was ordinary. It was unremarkable. It was safe, in every way that the word safe had ever applied to anything in that neighborhood, until the moment it was not. And so I want you to hold that, as you rest there in the dark. Hold the image of Eva Modell stepping outside to check on her daughter, doing everything right, doing everything she had been taught was right, and finding the doll. Because the story that follows, the panic, the investigation, the confession, the truth, all of it rests on the weight of that single ordinary moment that went so terribly wrong. The city was about to catch fire with this story. The newspapers were about to descend. 5,000 people were about to crowd the streets of West Philadelphia in the hours that followed. General Smedley Darlington Butler himself, one of the most decorated and forceful military figures in the country, who was at that time serving as Philadelphia's Director of Public Safety, was about to mobilize the city's entire detective force around the disappearance of one 10-week-old girl. A reward of $3,000 was about to be announced. And somewhere in the city, moving through alleys and back streets with a bundle held close, a woman in a red hat and a black coat was about to make a decision that would eventually bring the entire architecture of her carefully constructed lie crashing down around her. But not yet. Not quite yet. Right now, it is still just the afternoon of May 5th, 1924. The scream has just gone up. The doll is still in Eva Modell's arms. The detective is still standing at the curb, looking in both directions, beginning to ask his questions. And the city of Philadelphia, warm and proud and humming with ordinary life, has not yet understood what is about to happen to it. That is where we are, right at the edge of it, right at the moment before everything changed. Stay with me. There is something particular about the way a city reacts when a baby goes missing. It is different from the way a city reacts to almost any other kind of crime. A robbery produces anger. A murder produces grief. A fire produces solidarity. But the disappearance of an infant, especially a healthy, recently celebrated, neighborhood-beloved infant like Corinne Modell, produces something that does not have a clean name. It is part rage and part terror and part a deep, almost animal urgency, the kind that lives below thought, below language, somewhere in the oldest part of the human brain that still knows, without being told, that a child in danger is everyone's emergency. Within an hour of Eva Modell's scream, the street outside the upholstery shop was filled with people. Within 2 hours, the crowd had grown to a size that the officers on the scene described, in their reports, as nearly unmanageable. 5,000 people. That is the number that appears again and again in the accounts from that afternoon. 5,000 people pressing into the street and the surrounding blocks of West Philadelphia, talking in clusters, speculating, pointing, some of them weeping openly, some of them furious in a way that had not yet found a target, but was searching for one with considerable intensity. The newspapers got hold of it fast. In 1924, Philadelphia had multiple daily newspapers, morning editions, afternoon editions, evening editions, and the reporters who worked them were not slow. The story of the Modell baby had everything that made a story spread: a sympathetic family, an innocent victim, a dramatic detail in the form of the doll, and the terrible open question of where the child was and who had taken her. By evening, the story had moved beyond Philadelphia. By the following morning, it was on front pages across the country. Letters and telegrams began arriving at the police station. Tips, theories, sightings, prayers. The detective stood in the middle of all of this and tried to think. He was a man who understood, from long experience, that the noise around a case could be just as dangerous as the silence at its center. Too many voices, too many theories, too much pressure from too many directions. These things could send an investigation sideways just as easily as a lack of evidence could. So he imposed a kind of internal discipline on himself, even as the city went loud around him. He wrote down what he knew. He wrote down what he did not know. And he wrote down 3 questions that he believed would determine everything. The first, was this the work of one person acting alone, or were multiple people involved? The second, was the kidnapper a man or a woman? The third, and in some ways the most crucial, what was the motive? Because motive, in a case like this, was the difference between a ransom situation and something else entirely. Something that did not yet have a clear shape, but that the detective, even at this early stage, could feel pressing against the edges of his understanding. He began with the street. He canvassed it methodically, the way you would if you were the kind of person who believed that cities do not keep secrets as well as they think they do. Every shop owner, every neighbor, every person who might have been standing at a window or stepping out their door or coming up the street at around 1:30 on that warm May afternoon. He spoke to all of them. He spoke to them carefully and without rushing, because rushing was how you miss things, and missing things was how babies stayed missing. The doll was a significant detail. It was not something grabbed at random. It had been purchased, specifically, for this purpose. Someone had thought ahead. Someone had gone to a store, selected a doll of approximately the right size and weight, paid for it, carried it to that street, and used it to delay the moment of discovery. This was not impulsive. This was not a stranger passing by who acted on sudden, horrible impulse. This was planned. The detective sent officers to trace the doll back to its source. They found the store, a small shop that sold children's goods not far from the Model block. But there they hit the first wall. The doll was a common model, sold in quantities. The shopkeeper could not remember a specific customer, could not describe who had purchased it or when. The doll sat in a bin near the front of the store, accessible, unremarkable, the kind of thing 100 different customers might pick up on any given week. Dead end. Complete and total dead end. No ransom note arrived that evening, or the next morning. This was important. In kidnappings motivated by money, and kidnapping for ransom was not unheard of in 1924, though it had not yet reached the fever pitch it would achieve with the Lindbergh case 8 years later. The note typically came quickly. The kidnapper needed the family to know they had the child, and that there was a transaction to be arranged. Silence meant one of 2 things. Either the kidnapper was unusually patient and calculating, or the motive was not money at all. The detective's instincts, shaped by years of working the city's streets, leaned toward the second possibility. But if not money, then what? He did not have an answer yet. He had a neighborhood full of people and a city full of noise, and a mother sitting in a room somewhere behind him who had not stopped crying since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He kept going. The canvas of the surrounding streets turned up almost nothing of use, which is to say, it turned up the usual fog of partially observed details that all bleed together when you are trying to reconstruct 30 minutes of ordinary afternoon life on a busy urban block. Someone thought they had seen a woman walking quickly. Someone else thought they had seen a man. Someone else had not been looking at all, had been focused on their own business, had been inside, had been on the telephone, had been entirely elsewhere in their attention even while their body stood 10 feet from where Corinne Model was taken from her carriage. That was the maddening truth of it. In a block filled with people, in a neighborhood that prided itself on knowing its own, a baby had been stolen in broad daylight, and not a single person could say with any confidence what they had seen. No, that is not quite true. Not quite. Because as the detective was coming to the end of a long and increasingly frustrating afternoon of interviews, as the crowd was still pressed thick in the street, and the reporters were still hovering at the edges looking for anyone who would talk to them, something happened. Something small and quiet, and almost easy to miss in the middle of all that noise. Something that would turn out to matter more than almost anything else in the entire investigation. A woman approached him. She came from beneath the elevated train tracks, the Market Street elevated, which ran overhead and cast the street below into a particular kind of shadow, The kind of half-dark that certain people in certain cities learn to inhabit without drawing attention. She was not young, this woman. She was not well-dressed. She was the kind of woman that a city like Philadelphia in 1924 contained in its folds and margins. A woman who lived on the edges of things, who had learned that the safest way to move through the world was quietly, without making too much of a demand on anyone's attention. She had been watching. That was what she told him when she finally made herself approach. She had been watching, and she had seen something, and she had been deciding for the past several hours whether to come forward. The detective, to his very considerable credit, did not make her feel foolish for taking that time. He did not rush her. He stood there in the shadow of the elevated tracks, and he listened the way you listen when you know, somewhere below conscious thought, that the person in front of you is holding something important. She described a woman. Tall, blonde, a red hat, striking, the kind you noticed. A black coat, despite the warmth of the day, and in her arms, held against her chest with a particular protective tightness, a bundle. The kind of bundle, the street woman said carefully, that could have been a lot of things, but that she had thought, watching from where she stood, looked like it might be a baby. The direction of travel, east on the street, moving with purpose, moving quickly but not running. The particular gait of someone who wants to leave a place without appearing to be leaving. The time, approximately 1:45 in the afternoon. Approximately 15 minutes after the detective now believed Corinne had been taken from her carriage. He asked the woman if she would be willing to give a formal statement, to sit with officers and go through the details again. She said she would. He asked if she would accept part of the reward that had been announced, the $3,000 that General Butler had authorized, in exchange for information that led to the baby's recovery. She looked at him for a moment before she answered. And what she said, when she answered, was something that the detective wrote down in his notes, and that appears, nearly verbatim, in the accounts he gave later. She said that she did not want the money. She said that she had lost a child of her own, once, and that she knew what it was to have that happen, and that she did not want any reward. She wanted the baby to be found. That was all. Then she gave her statement, complete and careful and detailed, and when it was done she walked back toward the elevated tracks and into the particular urban invisibility that had always been hers, and she was gone. The detective stood for a moment after she left. He was not a sentimental man, or rather, he was the kind of man who had learned to keep his sentiment in a particular compartment, accessible but controlled, because you could not do this work if you let the feeling flood in without restraint. But he stood there for a moment, and he thought about what she had just done. A woman with nothing, with no stake in this, with no reward on the horizon, with every reason to keep her head down and stay out of it, had come forward because a baby was missing and because she knew what it felt like to lose one. He thought he ought to remember that. Then he opened his notebook and he went back to work. Tall, blonde, red hat, black coat, moving east along the street with a bundle held close at approximately 1:45 in the afternoon of May 5th, 1924. This was his thread. This was the one thread he had, in a case that had so far given him almost nothing. And he was going to follow it wherever it went, through whatever alleys and back streets and false leads and dead ends waited for him in the night ahead, because somewhere on the other side of that thread was a 10-week-old baby girl named Corinne Modell, and her mother was sitting in a room not far away, waiting. He began to move east. The neighborhood changed character as you moved through it, the main commercial blocks giving way to narrower residential streets, the row houses pressing closer together, the alleys between them dark even in the afternoon light. The detective went door to door, systematically, methodically, asking the same questions in the same careful voice. Had you seen a tall blonde woman in a red hat and a black coat this afternoon, carrying a bundle, moving east? Most people had not. Most people gave him the polite, slightly embarrassed look of someone who wishes they could help and cannot. But then, on a side street that angled south toward Walnut, he found a man named John Allen. John Allen had been standing outside his building at approximately the right time, doing something ordinary, checking his mailbox, perhaps, or simply standing in the doorway the way people stand in doorways on warm May afternoons when there is nowhere particular to be and the air is nice. And he had seen a woman matching the description pass through the alley that ran alongside his building. Tall, he confirmed. Blonde, he confirmed. Something red on her head, he confirmed. Moving quickly, he confirmed. And carrying something wrapped, that he had not thought much about at the time because there was nothing obviously wrong. Because people carry things. Because the world is full of people carrying things, and you do not stop to examine all of them. He had not heard the news about the Model baby yet. He had not known, standing in that doorway watching her pass, that the bundle she carried was anything other than groceries or laundry or any of the 1,000 ordinary wrapped things that people carry through alleys in West Philadelphia on warm May afternoons. But now he knew, and now he was telling the detective, and the detective was writing it down. The alley led south, then east again, toward Walnut Street. There were two boys, brothers, who had been playing in the alley at some point that afternoon. The detective found them a few streets over, still outside in the last of the evening light. They were the age of boys who notice things, old enough to be curious, young enough to be unguarded about what they had seen. Yes, they said, they had seen a woman in the alley. Yes, she was carrying something. And then one of them said, in the matter-of-fact way of children who do not yet understand the weight of what they are saying, that the something she was carrying had made a sound. A small sound. The kind of sound, he said, looking up at the detective with wide and steady eyes, that babies make. The detective's pen stopped moving on the page for just a moment. A baby's sound in an alley in West Philadelphia, at approximately 1:50 in the afternoon of May 5th, 1924. Moving east. Moving away. He thanked the boys. He walked to the mouth of the alley, where it opened out onto Walnut Street, and he stood there looking east into the deepening dusk of the city, and he understood that the woman, whoever she was, wherever she was going, had been moving with a purpose and a destination. This was not random wandering. This was a route. This was someone who knew where they were going and was going there as directly as the back alleys of West Philadelphia would allow. And then one of his officers, canvassing in the other direction, came back with something that made the detective's understanding of the situation shift again, quietly but significantly. A fireman, stationed at a house on the route the woman had apparently taken east on Pine Street, had seen her, had noticed her particularly, had noticed her because of the thing she did when she reached the intersection where the police station was visible from the corner. She had stopped. She had looked. She had seen the police station. And then, and this was the part the detective circled twice in his notes, she had changed direction. Not a large change. Not a sudden panicked sprint down a different street. A small, calculated, subtle change in course that took her to the other side of the street and past the police station at the greatest possible distance without appearing to be avoiding it. She knew, the detective wrote in his notes, where the police were. This was not a person acting on impulse. This was not someone who had grabbed a baby and was now stumbling through the city in a panic. This was someone who had thought about this. Someone who had known, in advance, which streets to take and which to avoid, which sight lines would expose her and which would not, how to move through a city with a stolen infant and not be stopped. The thread was pulling now. He could feel it. And at the end of it, somewhere in the gathering dark of the city, the blonde woman in the red hat was moving further away with every passing minute. The detective did not stop. He had not eaten. He had not rested. He had been on his feet since the call came in, and he intended to stay on his feet until this was finished. Because the alternative to following the thread tonight, right now, in the last of the daylight and into the dark, was unthinkable to him, and had been unthinkable since the moment he had looked at the doll in the carriage and understood what it meant. Someone had come to that street prepared. Someone had planned this. Someone had looked at a 10-week-old baby girl asleep in her carriage on a warm May afternoon and had made a choice. And somewhere in the city, right now, Corinne Modell was still alive. He believed that. He had to believe that. And she needed him to keep moving. So he kept moving. East on Pine. Into the dark. Into whatever was waiting. There is a particular quality to a city at night that is different from anything else. Different from the city in the morning. Different from the city in the afternoon rush. Different even from the city at dusk when it is transitioning between its two selves. The city at night has a kind of selective honesty about it. The things that daylight makes easy to ignore become harder to look away from. The shadows that the street lamps cast are longer and more definite. The sounds carry differently. A voice 2 streets over, a door closing, footsteps on pavement. All of it reaches you more clearly than it would in the noise and bustle of the day, as though the city, stripped of its crowds and its commerce and its constant forward motion, is finally willing to let you hear it as it actually is. The detective moved through that city with a small group of officers, following the line that the afternoon's witnesses had given him, east on Pine, with the knowledge that the woman had avoided the police station, had moved deliberately, had known the neighborhood well enough to navigate it without being caught. He was building a picture in his mind as he walked, the way you build a picture when you have fragments, but not the whole, laying each piece down carefully, trying to understand the shape of the thing before all the pieces were in place. She had a destination. That much was clear. She was not wandering. She was not hiding in an alley, pressed against a wall, waiting for the noise to die down. She was moving. She had somewhere to be. And that somewhere, the detective believed, was not far, because a woman carrying an infant cannot cover tremendous distances quickly, not without a vehicle, not without drawing attention, not without the infant eventually making noise that other people would hear and react to. He thought about the lack of ransom note again. He thought about the doll, the careful deliberateness of it, the planning it represented. He thought about what the street woman had said, about losing a child of her own. And a thought began to form in the back of his mind, not fully shaped yet, not something he was ready to write down, but present nonetheless. A feeling, more than a thought. The feeling that the motive here was not money. The feeling that what he was looking for was something stranger and sadder than a ransom kidnapping. Something that had its roots not in greed, but in need. A different kind of desperation entirely. But he could not pursue a feeling. He could only pursue a trail. The trail led east along Pine. And then, according to the fireman's account and a scattering of other witnesses who turned up during the evening canvass, it angled north, away from the commercial streets, away from the lights, into the quieter residential blocks where the row houses sat dark and close together, and the trees that lined the sidewalks had grown thick enough over the decades to form something like a canopy overhead. There was a park in this direction. Not a large park, not the sprawling civic parks that Philadelphia wore like medals of civic pride, but a smaller, quieter green space, the kind that neighborhood parks tend to be. Benches, paths, old trees with roots that have broken the pavement around them into irregular shapes. A gathering place for the people who live nearby, but not particularly known beyond that. The locals called it Black Oak Park, for the dark bark trees that anchored its center and gave it a quality, especially at night, of being somehow older than its surroundings. More patient, more indifferent to the business of the city pressing in on all sides. It was here, the detective's emerging picture suggested, that the woman might have passed. It was the logical route, if you were someone who knew the neighborhood and wanted to move quickly without using the main streets. The park was a through passage, a way of cutting diagonally across several blocks without having to navigate intersections and the eyes of the people who gathered at them. He directed the search into the park at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. I want you to hold that for a moment. 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 hours after Corinne Modell was taken from her carriage. The detective had been moving almost continuously since the call came in, and now he was leading officers through a dark neighborhood park in the middle of the night, flashlight beams cutting through the shadow beneath the oak trees, the men spreading out across the paths and the grass in the systematic way that searches are conducted when you do not know exactly what you are looking for, but you believe that something is there. They searched in silence, more or less. There is a particular silence to a search like this. Not the comfortable silence of companionship, but the taut, listening silence of people who are trying to hear something, find something, in a space that is not giving up its secrets easily. The flashlight beams swept. The men moved. The old oak trees stood above them in the dark, patient and still. And then one of the officers stopped. He stopped, and he crouched down, and he held his flashlight very close to the ground, at the base of one of the large oak trees near the center of the park. And what he found there, what the flashlight illuminated in the small, careful circle of its beam, was a booty. A baby's booty. Small. White. The kind of soft-knitted booty that a mother puts on her infant's foot on a warm May afternoon before settling her into her carriage. The kind that can come off easily, as infant booties do, when a baby is jostled or shifted or carried in arms that are not the arms that dressed her that morning. The detective crouched beside his officer and looked at the booty for a long moment. He did not touch it yet. He looked at where it lay, at the base of the oak tree, slightly off the main path, in a spot that someone moving quickly through the park might have paused at, briefly, perhaps to adjust her grip on the bundle she carried, perhaps to shift the weight. Then he stood up and he looked in the direction the park's path continued, east and north, toward the residential streets beyond. She had been here. The blonde woman in the red hat had carried Corinne Modell through this park in the night, or in the late afternoon, before the dark came down, and she had paused here, at this tree, and Corinne's booty had come off and fallen to the ground, and the woman had either not noticed or not stopped to retrieve it, and it had lain there at the base of the oak tree through the evening and into the early morning hours, waiting. The detective carefully retrieved the booty and held it in his hand for a moment. It was very small. The way infant things are always smaller than you expect them to be when you hold them. Smaller and lighter, and somehow more fragile, as though the smallness of the object makes real, makes physical, the smallness and vulnerability of the person it belonged to. He put it in his pocket, and he kept going. There is something I want to say here, something that I think matters for understanding not just this case, but the detective himself. He had been doing this work for years. He had worked cases that broke your heart, and cases that made you furious, and cases that simply ground you down with their refusal to resolve cleanly. He was not naive about the city or about the people in it. He knew what human beings were capable of, the whole range of it, the beautiful and the terrible, and the vast gray middle ground where most of life actually happened. But there was something about this case that had gotten to him in a way that he was not entirely comfortable with. He was not a man who used the word love easily, or sentiment, or any of the words that soft feelings tend to travel under. But he was a man with children of his own, or so the accounts suggest, and he was a man who had looked at Eva Modell standing over the empty carriage with the doll in her arms, and something in him had decided, without being asked, that he was going to find that baby. Not because of the reward, not because of General Butler's mobilization of the detective force, not because the case was on every front page in the country, because of the booty, because of the size of it. He kept going, east and north, through the sleeping residential streets, following the line of the trail as it extended beyond the park. The officers spread out, knocking on doors, showing the description of the woman to anyone willing to open their door at 2 and 3 in the morning, which was fewer people than you might hope, but more than zero. The city was not entirely asleep. Cities never entirely sleep, and in the narrow margins of the night there were always people awake, watching, noting, who had seen something they might not have considered significant until this moment. But the night, in the end, did not give him what he needed. Not the final answer. The trail extended into the residential streets beyond the park, and then grew uncertain again. Not lost, not quite, but diffused into the kind of general directional sense that is not specific enough to knock on a particular door. She had moved north and east. She was somewhere in that quadrant of the city. She was, in all likelihood, inside a house, behind a door, in a bed, with the baby she had stolen pressed against her in the dark. He did not know which house. He did not know which door. He went back to the station in the early morning hours, and he sat at his desk, and he looked at what he had. A description, a route, a booty, a directional sense of where in the city the woman had gone, and 3 questions that were still unanswered, though the shape of his thinking about them had shifted considerably over the course of the day and the night. He slept for a few hours, not comfortably, not deeply, but the functional sleep of a man who knows he needs his mind to work and will not allow himself to be sentimental about the conditions under which he restores it. Then he was back at his desk before the morning was properly begun, the city outside still gray and quiet, the newspaper boys not yet on the corners with their stacks of papers. He thought about the woman who refused the reward. He thought about what she had said, about having lost a child herself. He thought about the way she had described the woman in the red hat, not with anger, not with the outraged tone of someone who had witnessed a crime and wanted justice. She had described her with something closer to recognition, as though she understood, at some level, what she was looking at, even if she could not have articulated it. He turned this over in his mind. A woman carrying someone else's baby and making no ransom demand. A woman who had purchased a doll in advance to delay discovery. A woman who knew the neighborhood, knew where the police station was, had a destination in mind. A woman who had held the baby close, not thrown over a shoulder, not bundled roughly, but held carefully, held protectively, against her chest. He wrote something in his notebook that he would later describe as the moment the case changed for him, not because it gave him a specific lead, but because it gave him a frame. He wrote, "She wanted the baby, not for money. She wanted the baby itself. And then, slowly, a more specific thought followed. He wrote it beneath the first. She may have wanted people to believe it was hers. He stared at that sentence for a long time. If that was true, if the motive was not ransom but identity, not theft in the criminal sense, but in the desperately human sense of someone trying to fill a space in their life that loss or fate or biology had left empty, then the investigation had to change direction. Slightly but significantly, because a kidnapper motivated by money was hiding. But a woman who had stolen a baby and wanted people to believe it was hers was not hiding, not exactly. She was performing. She was somewhere in this city, right now, doing her best to behave like a new mother, to present a version of ordinary domestic life that would not invite scrutiny. And that meant she had neighbors. She had a husband, possibly. She had people around her who had been prepared for the arrival of this child, perhaps had been prepared for some time. She was not a stranger in her own neighborhood. She was known, and the people who knew her had, until yesterday, believed something about her that was not true. He needed to find those people. He needed to find someone who knew a tall blonde woman who had recently, or very recently, given birth, or claimed to have given birth. Someone who had been expecting a baby to arrive. Someone whose neighbors had been told to expect a new child in the household. He went back out into the city with this new frame in his mind, and he began asking different questions. The day passed. Tips came in, the flood of tips that always comes when a case is on the front page of every newspaper in the country. The mix of genuine information and mistaken sightings, and people who simply want to be part of the story, who want to feel that they contributed something. His officers sorted through them. Most led nowhere. A few led to places that turned out to be somewhere, and then turned out to be nothing. The hours accumulated. Eva Modell waited. The city waited. And then, in the middle of the second day, the telephone rang. The detective picked it up. On the other end was a woman's voice, quiet, uncertain, carrying the particular hesitation of someone who has been arguing with herself for hours about whether to make this call, and has only just barely come down on the side of making it. She gave her name as Mrs. Lena Churchville. She lived in a neighborhood north and east of where the Modell shop was located. And she had something to tell him. She knew a woman, she said. A woman in her neighborhood. A woman who had, for the past several months, been telling everyone around her that she was pregnant. The detective's hand tightened slightly on the telephone receiver. Mrs. Churchville continued. This woman, her neighbor, had told everyone the baby was coming soon, had been preparing, had talked about it constantly. And then yesterday, Mrs. Churchville said, the day of the kidnapping, this woman had appeared to have had her baby, appeared to have given birth. Overnight, it seemed. Very suddenly. And now she was in bed with an infant, and her husband was telling the neighbors that the child had arrived. But Mrs. Churchville, and here her voice dropped lower, and the detective could hear in it a particular combination of guilt and certainty that he had encountered before in people who know something that they are not entirely comfortable knowing. Mrs. Churchville said that something felt wrong. She could not say exactly what. A feeling. The timing. Something about the way the woman had looked when she came to the window. Something that had made Mrs. Churchville sit down after she went back inside and think, and keep thinking, and finally pick up the telephone. The detective asked her for the woman's name. Mrs. Churchville told him. Mary DeMarco. He wrote the name down. He underlined it once. And then he asked for the address. 5136, Warren Street. He was already reaching for his coat. There is a discipline required in moments like this one. The moment when the telephone call has just ended, and the name is written on the page, and the address is underlined, and every instinct in your body is saying go. Go now. Go fast. Go before another minute passes. The discipline required is the discipline of not going. Not yet. Not immediately. Not in the way that instinct demands, which is directly and loudly and with every available officer in tow, because that way, the loud way, the fast way, the way that announces itself before it arrives, is also the way that gives the person on the other end of the address time to prepare, time to adjust, time to arrange whatever needs to be arranged before the door opens. The detective understood this. He had understood it for a long time, long enough that the restraint he imposed on himself in that moment did not feel like restraint so much as professionalism, the ordinary exercise of a skill that he had worked for years to develop. He sat with the name and the address, and he thought before he moved. He thought about what he knew and what he did not know and what the approach needed to look like in order to have any chance of success. What he knew: a woman named Mary DeMarco lived at 5136 Warren Street. She had, according to her neighbor, been presenting herself as pregnant for some months. She had, according to that same neighbor, appeared to have given birth, suddenly, overnight, on the same day that Corinne Modell was taken from her carriage on the other side of the city. She was tall and blonde. She lived in the neighborhood north and east of the Modell block, which was consistent with the directional trail the witnesses had described. What he did not know, whether this was actually the woman, whether the baby inside that house was actually Corinne Modell, whether there was a husband, and if so, what the husband knew and what the husband might do when officers appeared at his door. That last question was the one that required the most thought. Because if there was a husband, and Mary DeMarco, the name suggested an Italian-American household, a community with particular values around family and marriage and the protection of one's own, then the approach to the house could not look like an approach. It could not announce itself as what it was. It needed to be something else, something that would get a door open without triggering whatever defensive response a frightened or angry man might produce when he believed his home and his wife and his new child were under threat. The detective needed a ruse. He needed to get inside the house before anyone inside it knew why he was there. He thought about this for a while. Then he thought about it some more. And eventually he arrived at something that was simple enough to be credible and flexible enough to adapt to whatever he found on the other side of the door. He would conduct what appeared to be a routine neighborhood inquiry. Officers going door to door in the area, asking residents if they had seen anything suspicious related to the missing Modell baby. It was plausible. The case was on every front page. The police were known to be canvassing widely. No one would find it strange that officers were asking questions in a neighborhood 2 miles from the Modell shop. And crucially, it would get him inside the door without declaring, at the outset, that the person he was looking for was the person whose door he was knocking on. He organized his officers carefully. He selected the men who would come with him. Not too many. Not so many that the approach would look like a raid before it needed to be one. He went over the plan. He explained the ruse and what each person's role within it would be. He told them what he expected to find inside, and he told them what to do if they found it. And then he told them one other thing, which was the most important thing. No matter what happened inside that house, the baby's safety came before everything else. Before the arrest. Before the confession. Before anything. If there was a baby inside that house, that baby came out safely. That was the only objective that could not be compromised under any circumstances. The officers understood. They always understood that part. You did not need to explain to a room full of men why a 10-week-old baby's safety was the first priority. You just said it because it needed to be said, and everyone nodded because everyone already knew. But before any of that could happen, before the approach, before the door, before the moment of confrontation that the detective could feel in his chest like a clock counting down, there was one more thing he needed to do. He needed to confirm that Mary DeMarco was actually inside the house. He sent a plainclothes officer to make a pass on foot down Warren Street. Casual, unhurried, the particular studied nonchalance of someone who is in fact studying everything. The officer went. He came back 20 minutes later with a piece of information that was, in the context of everything else, almost mundanely simple, but that felt, in the moment, like a gift. Outside the house at 5136 Warren Street, on the front stoop, there was a cigarette box. Left there deliberately, it appeared, not dropped, not discarded, but placed. The officer described it carefully. A cigarette box, set on the edge of the stoop at a particular angle, the kind of placement that looks accidental, but is not. The detective looked at this detail for a moment in the report his officer gave him. A cigarette box on the stoop. A signal, possibly, the kind of signal that people in certain situations use to communicate without speaking, the kind of code that is visible to the person it is meant for and invisible to everyone else. Or perhaps just a cigarette box. Perhaps just litter, the residue of an ordinary afternoon. But in the context of everything else, in the context of the name and the address and the neighbor's telephone call and the timing that aligned so precisely with the disappearance of Corinne Modell, the detective did not think it was just a cigarette box. He thought it was a marker, a sign that said, "We are here. We are inside. The thing has been done." He moved. Not loudly. Not with the full weight of the police department announcing itself from half a block away. He moved quietly, the way the situation required. with his officers arranged at the appropriate positions, some visible, some not. The geometry of the approach worked out in advance so that there was no easy direction of escape if escape was attempted. He went to the front door of 5136 Warren Street as the afternoon light was beginning to angle toward evening, and he knocked. There was a pause. The particular pause that happens sometimes between a knock and an answer, longer than the ordinary pause, longer than the time it takes to simply cross a room and open a door. The kind of pause that contains, if you are listening for it, the sound of people inside making decisions. Then the door opened. The man who opened it was Antonio DeMarco. Medium height, dark-haired, with the build of someone who worked with his hands and the face of someone who was trying very hard to look like a person with nothing to conceal. He looked at the detective. He looked at the officers arranged behind him. His expression did not change in any dramatic way, but something behind his eyes shifted, a micro-adjustment, the kind of adjustment a face makes when the thing it has been dreading has finally arrived and the body is deciding, in real time, how to respond. The detective gave him the cover story, the neighborhood inquiry, the canvas related to the Modell case. Sorry to bother you this evening. We are speaking to everyone in the area. Standard, routine, apologetic in the way that good cover stories always are. Antonio DeMarco's expression settled into something that might have been relief, if you were being generous, or performance, if you were being accurate. He nodded. Of course, he said. Of course. He had heard about the missing baby. Terrible business. He was happy to help however he could. He held the door open and the detective stepped inside. The house was a row house. Narrow, as they all were, with the front room leading back through a short hallway to the kitchen, the staircase to the upper floor just inside the entrance. It was kept well. Clean, in the particular way of homes where someone has taken care with the presentation of things, where a decision has been made, consciously or not, about what the house should look like to the eyes of people who come into it. There were things on the shelves that you would expect to find in the home of a family that had recently welcomed a new baby. Small items, the kind of domestic details that accumulate around an infant, bottles and folded cloths, and the slight reorganization of a room that happens when a new person has arrived in it. The detective took all of this in without appearing to take it in. This is a skill, the skill of looking while seeming not to look, of cataloging details while your face maintains the politely distracted expression of someone simply having a conversation. He had this skill well developed. He asked his routine questions. He watched Antonio DeMarco answer them. And then, as though the thought had just occurred to him, as though it was a natural and unremarkable extension of the conversation, he said that he understood a baby had recently arrived in the household. Congratulations. A new baby in a time like this, with all the upset in the neighborhood. Quite a coincidence of timing. Antonio DeMarco said yes. Yes, his wife had given birth. Very recently. She was upstairs, resting, as new mothers need to rest. The baby was with her. The detective said that was wonderful. He said he would not disturb her. And then he said, still in that same conversational, unremarkable tone, that it would be terribly helpful, just for the purposes of the canvas, if he could speak with her briefly. Just a moment. Just a few routine questions. He was sorry for the imposition. Antonio DeMarco's face did something complicated. The composure he had been maintaining with considerable effort was still there, but something underneath it was working hard. Something that showed, if you were looking carefully, in the set of his jaw and the slight tension around his eyes. He said his wife was very tired. He said a new mother needed her rest. He said perhaps the detective could come back another time, when she was more recovered. The detective said he understood completely. He said he would only be a moment. He said it in the tone of a man who is not going to be redirected. There was a pause. Antonio DeMarco looked at the detective. The detective looked at Antonio DeMarco. And in that pause, in that silent, charged moment in the narrow front room of the row house on Warren Street, something passed between them that did not require words. The acknowledgement, on both sides, that the conversation they were having on the surface was not the conversation they were actually having. Antonio DeMarco stepped aside and gestured toward the stairs. The detective went up. The bedroom was at the top of the stairs, the door slightly ajar, the room beyond it dim in the way of rooms where someone is supposedly resting, where the curtains have been drawn against the light. The detective pushed the door open gently, the way you push open a door when you are trying to appear unthreatening, and he stepped into the room. She was in the bed. Mary DeMarco. Tall, even lying down, the length of her visible beneath the blankets. Blonde, her hair loose around her on the pillow, slightly damp at the temples as though with the exertion of recent effort. Her face, turned toward him as he entered, was the face of a woman who has had a very long time to prepare for this moment and is now discovering that all the preparation in the world does not make the actual moment feel the way you thought it would. She looked at him. He looked at her. And there, pressed against her chest beneath the coverlet, half hidden by the angle of her body and the arrangement of the blankets, was a baby. The detective could see it, could see the small shape of it, the particular curve that an infant makes against a body that is holding it. His heart, which had been performing admirably in the role of professional detachment for the past 36 hours, did something that he would not have been able to describe to you in clinical terms, but that you would recognize immediately if you had ever been in a room where a missing child was found. It did what hearts do in those moments. It simply did what hearts do. He kept his face very still. He said good evening. He said he was sorry to disturb her rest. He said he would only take a moment. Mary DeMarco said hello. Her voice was steady, remarkably steady, the detective would later note. The voice of a woman who has committed fully to the performance she is giving, who has decided, somewhere in the deep interior of herself, that the only way forward is through. She looked at him with eyes that were calm and direct and gave away nothing that she did not intend to give away. He asked how she was feeling after the birth. She said she was tired, but well. He asked about the baby. Was the child doing well? Sleeping well? Eating well? She said yes. The child was doing very well. He asked for the name of her doctor, just for the records, just for routine confirmation, the kind of detail that the department needed to have on file in connection with its inquiries. She gave a name. Dr. Thrush, she said. Dr. Thrush had attended the birth. The detective wrote the name down. He thanked her. He said he would not keep her any longer. He wished her and the baby well. He turned toward the door. And in that moment, in that precise, suspended moment between his turning toward the door and his stepping through it, he heard it. The sound that comes from a person who is very close to the edge of their endurance. Not a cry, not a confession, not any of the dramatic sounds that breaking points are supposed to produce. Just a breath. A small, sharp intake of breath. The kind that is almost inaudible but that carries, in its brevity and its sharpness, the entire weight of a person who is running out of the capacity to hold something in. He paused with his hand on the doorframe. He did not turn around yet. He stood there for a moment, his back to the room, and he thought about what he had seen. The baby pressed against her chest, not visible enough for a positive identification, not yet, not from where he had been standing. He thought about the name Dr. Thrush and the ease with which she had produced it, and whether that ease was the ease of truth or the ease of a lie that has been rehearsed so many times it has become automatic. He thought about Antonio DeMarco downstairs, holding the composure of a man who is performing a role that he is not entirely convinced of. And he thought about Eva Modell, about the doll in the carriage, about the booty at the base of the oak tree in the dark. He needed more. He needed to see the baby's face clearly. He needed confirmation that was unambiguous, that would hold up, that was not the product of a detective's wishful thinking, but the actual verified truth of the matter. He needed to come back. He went back downstairs. He exchanged a few more words with Antonio DeMarco, cordial, routine, giving nothing away. He thanked him for his time. He stepped back out onto Warren Street, and the door closed behind him. He stood on the pavement for a moment, and he breathed the evening air, and he looked at the cigarette box still sitting on the edge of the stoop. Then he turned to his officers, and he told them what he needed. He needed someone to watch this house through the night. He needed to know if anyone came or went, if any lights went on or off, if anything changed in the quiet exterior of the building between now and the morning. He needed, most importantly, to make contact with Dr. Thrush, tonight, right now, as soon as possible, because the name of the doctor was either a thread that led somewhere or a thread that led nowhere, and he needed to know which. He went to find Dr. Thrush. And what Dr. Thrush told him, in the particular, careful, professional language of a physician who understands that what he is being asked will have consequences, was the thing that made the night shift, finally, definitively, from pursuit to certainty. Dr. Thrush said he had not delivered a baby for Mary DeMarco. He said he had not delivered a baby for Mary DeMarco because Mary DeMarco had not given birth. He said that to the best of his medical knowledge, and based on his professional assessment of her condition during a recent examination, Mary DeMarco was not, and had not recently been, in a postpartum state. The detective stood very still while the doctor said these words. Then he said thank you. Then he went back to Warren Street. Then he began to plan the morning. Because the morning, 7 o'clock, he decided, when the light was up and the neighborhood was beginning to stir but was not yet fully awake, the morning was when this was going to end. One way or another. In whatever manner the people inside that house chose to make it happen. The morning was when the door of 5136 Warren Street was going to open and the truth was going to come out into the daylight where everyone could see it. He did not sleep that night. He sat at his desk and he waited for the morning and he thought about what the morning would bring. He thought about the woman in the bed with the steady voice and the careful eyes and the baby pressed against her chest. He thought, tomorrow, 7 o'clock in the morning has a particular quality in a row house neighborhood. It is the hour when the city is just beginning to remember itself, when the first sounds of domestic life start filtering through walls and windows, the smell of coffee, the creak of floorboards overhead, the muffled voices of people negotiating the ordinary choreography of a morning. It is an hour that belongs, more than almost any other, to the private interior of family life. The hour before the world intrudes. The hour that belongs to the people inside the house, and no one else. The detective had chosen 7 o'clock deliberately. He had thought about it through the long hours of the night, sitting at his desk while his officers maintained their watch on Warren Street, reporting back at intervals that nothing had changed. Lights on for a while, then off. The house quiet, no one coming or going. He had thought about timing the way you think about timing when the stakes are high enough that a miscalculation is not merely inconvenient, but dangerous. Too early, and the house is in the deep sleep that makes people react poorly when startled, panicked, unpredictable, capable of doing things they would not do if they had been given even 5 minutes to become properly awake. Too late, and the neighborhood is fully up and moving, and arrayed in full daylight on a residential street becomes a performance for an audience. And audiences complicate things. 7 o'clock was the balance point. Early enough that the people inside would still be in the softness of the just woken state, their defenses not yet fully assembled, their capacity for the sustained performance of deception not yet warmed up to its daytime operating temperature. Late enough that the light was up and the detective and his men could see what they were doing and move without the additional hazard of operating in darkness. He assembled his officers on Warren Street at 10 minutes to 7. Not a large group. He had thought carefully about the size of the approach, had weighed the value of numbers against the risk of overwhelming force producing a panicked response from inside the house. He brought enough men to secure the building, to cover the exit points, to manage whatever happened on the other side of the door. He briefed them again, standing in the early morning quiet of the street, his voice low and steady and leaving no room for ambiguity. The baby first, everything else after. Anyone who needed to hear that twice heard it twice. He walked to the door at 5 minutes to 7 and he knocked. Inside the house, there was the sound of movement. Muffled, hasty, the particular sound of people who have been lying awake waiting for this, or sleeping the thin and fractured sleep of people who have been lying awake waiting for this, and who now hear the knock and understand in the first instant of hearing it what the knock means. There was a voice, a man's voice, Antonio DeMarco's voice. And then another voice, lower, the sound of a conversation happening too quickly and too quietly to be understood from outside the door. The detective knocked again, louder. The official knock, the kind that does not leave any interpretive space, that says clearly and without ambiguity, this is not a social call, and the door is going to open. More movement inside. Then silence. Then the specific, terrible sound of something heavy being shifted, something being picked up or moved from one place to another, the weight of it audible even through the closed door. The detective turned and looked at one of his officers and gave the smallest, most economical nod. The door came down, not explosively, not in the cinematic way of doors blown off their hinges in an instant. In the deliberate, methodical way of men who have been trained to open a door that is not being opened for them, using the tools they carry for exactly that purpose, applying force at the right point and in the right direction so that the door gives way with a crack of splintered wood and a hard impact against the interior wall, and then it is simply open and the men are moving through it and into the narrow hallway beyond. What happened next took approximately 4 seconds. But I want you to stay with those 4 seconds, because they matter. Because in those 4 seconds, several things occurred that were each, individually, significant, and that together constitute the moment when the architecture of the lie that Mary DeMarco had been constructing for the better part of a year finally collapsed in on itself completely and irretrievably. Antonio DeMarco was at the end of the hallway. He had the shotgun. He had retrieved it from wherever it was kept in the house. A closet. A back room. Somewhere that required him to move quickly and deliberately in the seconds between the knock and the door coming down. And he was holding it with the particular tension of a man who has made a decision and is discovering, now that the decision has been made and the weight of the weapon is in his hands, that the decision is considerably more real than it felt when he was making it. He fired. The blast in the narrow hallway of that row house was enormous. The kind of sound that does not merely fill a space, but physically occupies it, that you feel in your chest and your ears simultaneously, that seems to compress the air around you for the fraction of a second during which it exists. The detective, who was moving through the doorway in the same instant the shot was fired, felt the passage of it, felt the air move, felt the specific quality of a shot that has gone wide rather than finding its target. He was not hit. None of his officers were hit. The shot had gone into the wall, above and to the left of where the men were, angled wrong. The aim of a man who was firing in the direction of a threat rather than at a specific target, the difference between a man who is defending a position and a man who is trying to kill. The detective fired back. Once. Not at Antonio DeMarco, but near him. The shot of a man who is not trying to kill, but is trying to stop, which is a different thing, a more precise thing, requiring a different kind of calculation in a fraction of a second. The shot went into the doorframe beside DeMarco's shoulder. Antonio DeMarco dropped the shotgun. Not slowly, not dramatically. It simply left his hands. The way things leave hands when the body understands that the situation has moved past the point where holding the thing in question is a viable option. It hit the floor of the hallway with a sound that was anticlimactic after the explosion of the shots, a plain, heavy, wooden and metal sound of an object falling. The officers moved forward. Antonio DeMarco was against the wall, his hands now empty, his face showing the expression of a man for whom the last few seconds have been a kind of violent clarification, a sudden and brutal understanding of where exactly he is and what exactly is happening, with all of the fog of pretense burned away by the noise and the smoke and the cold fact of the dropped gun on the floor. And from upstairs, from the bedroom above them, came a sound. A baby crying. Not a large sound. Not a dramatic sound. The ordinary, matter-of-fact crying of an infant who has been startled by noise. A baby who does not understand what has happened and does not need to understand, who knows only that the world has become suddenly loud and unsettling and that this requires the appropriate response, which is to make her own noise in return, to assert her presence, to demand, in the wordless but completely unambiguous language of a 10-week-old, that someone come. The detective heard it, and he moved toward the stairs immediately, leaving his officers with Antonio DeMarco, taking the stairs two at a time in a way that was not quite running, but was as close to running as a man trying to maintain operational composure is going to get when there is a baby crying at the top of them. The bedroom door was closed. He opened it. Mary DeMarco was in the bed where he had seen her the previous evening, in the same position, with the same arrangement of blankets, with the same careful stillness of someone who has been lying there through the night, constructing and reconstructing the version of events she was going to present when this moment came. But the stillness was different now. The composure that had been so remarkable during the detective's first visit, the steady voice, the direct eyes, the performance of a new mother resting, was gone. Not collapsed dramatically, not dissolved in tears. Simply gone, like a coat that has been removed. Like something that required tremendous energy to maintain and for which the energy was no longer available. She was holding the baby against her chest. The detective crossed to the bed. He looked at the child, and he knew, with the certainty that comes not from a single piece of evidence, but from the accumulation of everything he had learned and seen and heard over the past 36 hours, that he was looking at Corinne Modell. He needed to confirm it. He needed the doctor, not Dr. Thrush, but a doctor who had examined Corinne in the days before the kidnapping, who could identify the child by the particular physical details that identify an infant and that do not change between one pair of hands and another. He sent for that doctor immediately, and while they waited he stood in the room with Mary DeMarco and the baby, and nobody said anything for a while. The crying had subsided. The baby was quiet again, and Mary DeMarco was looking at the detective with eyes that were no longer performing anything, that were simply tired and present and aware that everything was over. The doctor arrived within the half hour. He examined the child quickly, efficiently, with the focused attention of a physician who has been told what he is there to determine and who intends to determine it without delay. He checked the identifying details, the particular marks, the measurements, the physical characteristics that had been documented in the days before the kidnapping. Then he straightened and he looked at the detective and he nodded. The detective turned to Mary DeMarco. He did not ask her if she had taken the baby. He did not need to. The question that needed asking was already in the room, had been in the room since he walked in, and both of them knew what it was. He simply waited, in the way that detectives with patience wait when they understand that the person across from them has arrived at the place where the words are ready to come, and only need a moment of silence in which to emerge. Mary DeMarco looked at him for a long time. She looked at the baby in her arms, looked at her with an expression that the detective would later describe in his notes in a way that was more personal than his notes usually were, more revealing of his own response to what he was witnessing. He wrote that she looked at the baby the way a person looks at something they love and are losing at the same time. That both of those things were in her face simultaneously, the love and the loss. And that it was, he wrote this word, which was not a word he used often in his professional notes. It was terrible to look at. Then she said it. I am guilty. 3 words. Not shouted, not sobbed, not delivered in any of the dramatic registers that confessions sometimes come in. Said quietly. Said in the tone of a person who has been carrying something very heavy for a very long time, and who is, in the act of saying these 3 words, setting it down. The relief in them was as audible as the guilt. I am guilty. The detective wrote it down. He wrote the time and the date and the exact words, and he put his pen down, and he looked at her, and he said, carefully and without judgment, that he needed her to tell him everything. From the beginning. All of it. And Mary DeMarco, in that dim bedroom on Warren Street in the early morning of the 3rd day of May 1924, began to talk. What came out of her in the next hour was not the story of a monster. I want to be very clear about that, because it matters. It mattered to the detective who sat and listened to it, and it matters to anyone who tries, a century later, to understand what happened in that house. What came out of her was the story of a woman who had been undone by a combination of forces that she had not been strong enough, or perhaps had not been given the tools, to withstand. The story of a woman who had made a catastrophic choice. Make no mistake, it was catastrophic. What she did to Eva Modell, and to Corinne, and to the city that erupted around the disappearance of that baby, but who had arrived at that choice through a path that was made of recognizable human materials. Fear, love, shame, desperation, the terrible gap between who we are and who we believe we need to be. She had been married to Antonio DeMarco for several years. He was a man who wanted children, wanted them deeply, in the way that some people carry a need for family as the central organizing principle of their lives, the thing around which everything else is arranged. He had wanted children from the beginning of their marriage. He had assumed children would come. They had not come. The infertility was hers. That was what the doctors had told her, in the particular blunt language of medical professionals in the 1920s who had not yet developed either the treatments or the vocabulary that might have made the conversation gentler. Her body would not give her children. This was, they told her, simply the case. Nothing to be done about it. A fact to be accommodated. But there was more. Before the marriage to Antonio, before the respectable domestic life that marriage represented, before the row house on Warren Street, and the neighbors who knew them and the community that surrounded them, there had been another life. A life on the main line, which was Philadelphia's most prestigious suburban corridor, the address that meant money and status and a particular kind of social standing. She had been involved with a man there. She had been, in the language of the time, ruined, which meant, specifically, that there had been a child, an illegitimate child, a son, born outside of marriage, which in the social framework of 1924 was not merely a personal matter but a public catastrophe, the kind that followed a woman and determined her options and closed doors that might otherwise have been open. The son had been born with physical difficulties, a crippled child, in the language of the era, a child whose needs were significant and whose existence had been managed in the shadows of a life that could not accommodate him publicly. The shame of this, the shame of the affair, the shame of the illegitimate birth, the shame of the child's condition, all of it layered upon itself over years, had become something that Mary DeMarco carried in her body like an illness. Something she had learned to organize her entire life around hiding. Antonio knew some of this. Perhaps not all of it. But he knew enough. And Antonio, who wanted children, who loved his wife in the particular devoted way of a man who has decided that his life is this woman and this home and the family they will build together. Antonio had come to believe, over the months that preceded May 5th, 1924, that a baby was coming. Because Mary had told him so. For 8 months, she said to the detective, she had been telling her husband she was pregnant. For 8 months, she had maintained this fiction, not just with Antonio but with the neighbors, with the women on the street, with the entire community around them that had been watching and waiting and congratulating and preparing for the arrival of a child. 8 months of this. 8 months of expanding the lie, layer by layer, to include more people and more details, because a lie of this kind does not stay contained. It grows, it demands to be fed, it requires constant maintenance and constant elaboration, and every day that passes makes the eventual exposure both more inevitable and more catastrophic. She had planned a christening. She had bought the baby clothes. She had arranged the room. And she had bought a doll, not to use as a placeholder in the carriage. Not yet. That came later. That came as part of the specific plan that crystallized when she understood that the time she had given herself was running out, that a baby was expected and a baby had not arrived, and something had to happen soon. The doll was bought first as a rehearsal object, almost something to hold in her arms in the dark of the bedroom when Antonio was asleep, to feel the weight of what she was claiming to carry, to practice. She had been looking for a baby. She had been looking for some time. Looking for the specific constellation of circumstances that would allow her to do what she needed to do. A baby left unattended, in a location she could approach without being recognized, in conditions that would give her enough time to be gone before the absence was noticed. And on a warm May afternoon, she had found it. A baby asleep in a carriage outside an upholstery shop on a busy street in West Philadelphia. A beautiful baby. A healthy, recently celebrated, neighborhood-beloved baby named Corinne. She had placed the doll beneath the blanket with the careful hands of someone who has been thinking about this moment for a long time. She had lifted the baby out of the carriage with the careful hands of someone who is terrified of what they are doing and certain, at the same time, that they have no other choice. And then she had walked, east and north, through the alleys, through the park, pausing at the base of the oak tree to adjust her grip on the baby, not noticing the booty come off in the dark, past the police station at the widest possible angle, to the house on Warren Street, where Antonio was waiting, where a prepared room was waiting, where the entire fiction of 8 months was finally, catastrophically, paying out. She had told Antonio the baby had come while he was out. A quick labor, she said. She had managed it alone. She was fine. The baby was fine. Look at the baby. And Antonio DeMarco, who had wanted this for years, who had been waiting and hoping and believing, had looked at the baby, had held the baby, had gone to the neighbors and announced the news, had protected his wife when the detective came to the door, had retrieved the shotgun when the door came down, because this was his family, and this was his child, and he was going to protect them even though, in some part of him that was not ready to be conscious yet, he may have already known that the child was not his. This was what Mary DeMarco told the detective in the bedroom on Warren Street on the morning of the 3rd day. She told it all. She did not try to minimize or redirect or construct an alternative. She had said I am guilty, and she had meant it in the fullest possible sense. Not just guilty of the specific act, but guilty of everything that had led to it, the lies and the shame and the years of performing a life that was not her life. The detective listened to all of it. He wrote it down. He was very quiet while she spoke, in the way of someone who understands that what they are witnessing is a person reaching the end of a very long road, and who has the decency to let the arriving be quiet. When she was finished, he gently lifted Corinne from her arms. Mary DeMarco let the baby go. Her arms, once empty, folded against her chest, crossed over themselves, the unconscious gesture of a body that has been holding something and is now not holding it, and does not entirely know what to do with the space that absence creates. The detective held Corinne against his chest, and he went down the stairs and out of the house on Warren Street, and into the morning light of the city. He held her carefully, the way you hold something small and irreplaceable and not your own. She was awake. She was looking up at him with the particular unguarded attention of a baby who has not yet learned to be suspicious of faces, who meets every face with the same open assessment, who does not know that she has been at the center of something enormous and frightening for the past 36 hours and has emerged from it, miraculously, entirely unharmed. He thought about Eva Modell. He got in the car. There is a moment that happens sometimes in the middle of a city, in the middle of all its noise and motion and the relentless forward press of its ordinary business, when everything stops. Not literally, not all at once, not in every corner simultaneously, but in a particular block, on a particular street, around a particular event, the city pauses. It draws a breath. It forgets, for just a few seconds, that it was in the middle of something else, and it turns its attention fully to the thing that is happening right in front of it, the thing that requires its full attention because it is the kind of thing that human beings cannot look away from. The return of Corinne Modell to her mother was one of those moments. The detective arrived at the Modell household, or rather, at the location where Eva Modell had been kept, surrounded by family and neighbors, and the particular heavy vigilance of people who love someone who is suffering and cannot do anything to stop it. In the middle of the morning, when the neighborhood was fully awake and the street was already populated with the people who had been gathering there since the previous day, there were officers present. There were reporters. There were neighbors who had been cycling in and out over the past 36 hours, bringing food that Eva could not eat and offering comfort that could not reach her through the density of her terror. There were people who had simply come because they needed to be close to the center of the thing that the entire city had been holding its breath over. The detective got out of the car, carrying Corinne. There is a particular silence that precedes recognition in a crowd. The moment when what the eyes are seeing has not yet fully traveled to what the mind understands, and so the crowd is quiet in the specific way of people on the edge of comprehension, leaning slightly forward without knowing they are doing it, mouths slightly open, the body preparing itself for a response that the brain has not quite authorized yet. Then someone recognized the baby. The sound that went up from that street is something that nobody who was there and left any account of it attempted to describe with a single word, because no single word is adequate to it. It was not a cheer, exactly, though it contained the energy of cheering. It was not weeping, though there were people weeping. It was the sound of relief expressed at volume, the sound of a communal breath released after 36 hours of being held, the sound of a neighborhood and a city, and, because the newspapers had carried the story everywhere, a country that had been frightened and furious and helpless all at once, suddenly allowed to feel something else. Eva Modell came through the door. She must have heard it. She must have heard the sound from inside and understood what the sound meant, because she came through the door quickly, not running, but moving with the particular urgency of a body that is being pulled rather than propelled, that does not need to decide to move, because the pull is too strong for decision to be relevant. She came through the door and she saw the detective, and she saw what he was carrying, and her face did something that witnesses who were present described in their accounts as, and I want to read you these accounts carefully because they matter, because the language people reach for in that moment tells you something about what it was like to be there. They described her face as becoming, simply, alive again. As though something that had gone out of it during those 36 hours returned in the instant her eyes found her daughter. She crossed the distance between them, and the detective placed Corinne in her arms. Eva Modell held her daughter. That is all. That is the thing that happened. A mother held her daughter. But if you have ever been a mother, if you have ever been a child who was held by a mother, if you have ever loved anyone well enough to understand what the relief of their safety feels like in your own body, then you do not need me to describe what that moment contained. You already know. You know it in the oldest part of yourself, the part that does not require words. The crowd around them was making its noise. The reporters were writing in their notebooks, and the neighbors were embracing each other, and the officers were standing at a slight remove with the careful expressions of men who have been trained to maintain composure in emotional situations and who are finding that training somewhat tested. And in the middle of all of it, Eva Modell was holding Corinne, and Corinne was doing what babies do, looking up with those wide, unguarded eyes, making the small sounds that babies make, entirely unimpressed by the significance of the moment surrounding her, blissfully unaware that she had been the still center of a storm that had engulfed an entire city for the past day and a half. Then Eva Modell did something that appeared in every newspaper account of that morning. Something small and spontaneous and human that the reporters seized on because it was exactly the kind of detail that makes a story real, that transforms it from an event into an experience. She turned, with Corinne still in her arms, and she found General Smedley Darlington Butler in the crowd. Because Butler was there, because of course he was there, because Butler was the kind of man who showed up, who had mobilized the detective force and authorized the reward, and put the weight of his considerable authority behind the search for this baby, and she kissed him. On the cheek. Eva Modell, with her daughter in her arms, kissed the general on the cheek. Butler, who was one of the most decorated and formidable military figures of his generation, a man who had served in conflicts on multiple continents and had been awarded the Medal of Honor twice, and who was known for a manner that was more often described as forceful than as tender. Butler apparently did not know quite what to do with this. The accounts describe him as accepting the kiss with something that looked, on his particular face, remarkably like being moved. Like being, for a moment, simply a man rather than a general. Like having the thing that he had done, the resources he had committed, the pressure he had applied, the investigation he had driven, returned to him in the only currency that actually matters, which is the gratitude of a mother who has her child back. The detective stood somewhat to the side of all of this and watched. He was tired. He had been awake for most of the past 36 hours, and the fatigue was sitting in him now with the full weight that it had been holding in abeyance while there was still work to do. But there was something else in him too, alongside the fatigue, something that is difficult to name precisely, that does not live in the vocabulary of professional reports or official statements. Something that had to do with the booty he had found at the base of the oak tree in the dark, and the size of it, and the woman who had approached him under the elevated tracks and refused the reward, and the sound of Corinne crying at the top of the stairs on Warren Street, and Eva Modell's face in the moment she saw her daughter. He allowed himself to feel it, quietly, for a moment. Then he went back to work, because the morning was not finished, and there were things that still needed doing. The formal processing of Mary DeMarco and Antonio DeMarco happened in the methodical way that formal processing happens. The paperwork, the charges, the transport from the house on Warren Street to the station, and from the station to the courts. Mary DeMarco was charged with kidnapping. Antonio DeMarco was charged with offenses related to his role in the aftermath, the protection of his wife, the deception of the officers who came to the door, the shotgun, and the shot that had been fired. The specific charges, worked out in the legal language of Pennsylvania criminal procedure in 1924, are less interesting to dwell on than the human texture of what happened when the DeMarcos arrived at the station and then at the courthouse and encountered the city that had been frightened and furious and was now something more complicated. Because here is the thing about public opinion and grief and fear and fury. Here is the thing that the Modell case illustrates in a way that could serve as a textbook example of how communities process collective trauma. The city of Philadelphia had been, for 36 hours, in a state of communal terror. 5,000 people in the street. Nationwide headlines. A reward of $3,000. A detective force mobilized by a general. All of it pointed toward a kidnapper who was a monster. Who must be a monster, because only a monster takes a baby from its carriage and leaves a doll in its place and disappears into the city and does not respond to a frantic family's anguish with even the cold transactional contact of a ransom note. The city had been building its fury around that image of a monster for 36 hours. And then the monster turned out to be Mary DeMarco. Mary DeMarco, who had walked into the courtroom looking, and this is how the newspaper accounts described her, consistently, across multiple publications, like a woman who had already been through the worst thing she was going to experience, and who carried that fact in her face, in her posture, in the way she moved. Not theatrical, not performing remorse. Simply exhausted, in the way of someone who has come to the end of a very long performance of something that was never true and who is experiencing, in the collapse of the performance, a complicated mixture of relief and devastation that does not translate easily into the expressions that courtrooms and reporters expect. She had been a tall woman, a striking woman, the blonde hair and the physical presence that multiple witnesses had noted. In the courtroom, she was still those things, but reduced. Thinner, somehow, even in the short hours since the arrest, as though the performance of the pregnancy had required a physical inflation that was now rapidly deflating. She sat before Judge Ferguson, who presided over the proceedings with the particular manner of a judge who understands that the case before him is not simply a legal matter but a public one, and who is navigating the difference with some care, and she listened to what was said. The story had gotten out. It always gets out. The details of her confession, the affair, the illegitimate son, the infertility, the 8 months of performed pregnancy, the doll, the plan, all of it had been conveyed through the channels that such details travel through, from the police report to the reporters waiting outside the station to the afternoon editions to the evening conversations on front stoops across the city. The city that had been building its fury around a monster was now receiving, instead, the story of a desperate woman. The city that had wanted to rage was now being asked to accommodate something more complicated, something that required more than rage, something that sits in the uncomfortable territory between condemnation and understanding. This did not mean the city forgave her. It did not mean that what she had done was minimized or excused or waved away. Eva Modell had spent 36 hours in a state of terror that no mother should have to endure, and that terror had a cause, and the cause was Mary DeMarco's choices. Nothing about the sadness of Mary DeMarco's situation changed that. Nothing about the desperation she had experienced, the shame she had carried, the marriage she had been trying to preserve with increasingly catastrophic methods. None of it changed what had happened to Eva Modell and to Corinne and to the city that had had to live inside that terror for a day and a half. But it complicated things. The way truth always complicates things. Judge Ferguson sentenced Mary DeMarco to 2.5 to 5 years. It was a sentence that, in the context of the case and the time and the legal framework available, acknowledged both the seriousness of what she had done and the particularity of the circumstances that had produced it. It was not a light sentence. It was not nothing. But it was also not the maximum that the charges could have supported, and in that gap, between the maximum and what was actually given, lived the complicated mercy that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the legal system finds room for when the facts of a case resist simple categorization. The crowd outside the courthouse had gathered in the way that crowds gathered around this case. Large, present, emotionally invested. When the sentence was announced, the reaction was mixed in a way that was unusual for a crowd that had been, hours earlier, apparently unified in its fury. There were people who felt it was not enough. There were people who felt it was sufficient. There were people who had been following the story since the previous morning and who had, in the interval, shifted through so many emotional states that they were no longer sure what they felt. Only that they felt it strongly, and that the feeling was connected to something real. Mary DeMarco, when she was led from the courtroom, did not look at the crowd. She looked straight ahead with the expression of someone who is walking forward because forward is the only direction available and who has made a private peace, or the beginning of a private peace, with what walking forward in this particular direction means. Antonio DeMarco was in the courtroom. He had been there through all of it. The charges read, the evidence presented, the story of the 8 months laid out in the plain, unadorned language of legal proceedings that strips the human texture from things and leaves the bones. He had sat through all of it with an expression that no account I have found adequately describes, because the expression Antonio DeMarco wore through the proceedings at which his wife confessed to stealing another woman's baby to preserve their marriage was not an expression that fits into any of the standard categories. It was not fury. It was not disgust. It was not the calculated distance of a man separating himself from what his wife had done. It was something that looked, to the reporters who watched his face carefully because they understood that his reaction was part of the story, like love. Complicated love. Wounded love. Love that had been shown something about itself that it had not known before, and that was in the process of deciding, in real time, whether what it had been shown was something it could absorb and continue, or something that required it to become something different. When Mary DeMarco was let out, Antonio DeMarco stood. He stood and he said something that every reporter in that courtroom wrote down and that appeared in every account of the day's proceedings. He said it in a voice that was steady and quiet and that carried, in its steadiness and its quietness, everything that the expression on his face had been failing to fully articulate. He said, "I still love her." For words, as spare as Mary's 3 words in the bedroom on Warren Street. I still love her. The courtroom, which had been maintaining the careful decorum of a legal proceeding through the entire morning, went briefly, completely quiet when he said it. Because those 4 words, in that courtroom, in that moment, after everything that had been presented and revealed and laid bare, were either the most heartbreaking thing anyone had said in the entire course of the case, or the most human, or both. They were probably both. The most heartbreaking and the most human things are often the same thing. I still love her. The reporters wrote it down. The people in the gallery absorbed it. The detective, who was present in the back of the room, heard it and thought about it and did not write it in his notes, but did not forget it either. Outside the courthouse, the crowd was beginning to disperse. Not quickly. These things do not disperse quickly, because people who have gathered around something significant find it difficult to simply turn and walk away, to return to their ordinary lives and their ordinary streets and their ordinary afternoons as though the thing they gathered around had not happened. They drift away gradually, in small groups, talking quietly, carrying the story with them into the parts of the city that the courthouse and the Model Street and the house on Warren Street did not reach. Carrying it, as people carry stories, as the raw material of what they will say to their husbands and their sisters and their neighbors over the next several days, working through the details again and again, arguing about the sentence and the motive and what it all means, the way human beings have always processed the stories that land in the middle of their communities and disturb the ordinary surface of things. Eva Modell was at home by then. Corinne was with her. The house was quiet in the particular way of a house that has been through something enormous and is now catching its breath. The neighbors had mostly gone. The officers had gone. The immediate tumult of the morning had settled into the ordinary afternoon light of a Philadelphia row house in May. The same light that had been falling through the same windows on the same ordinary day when everything went wrong. She held Corinne. That is enough. That is the right place to let that part of the story rest. Eva Modell, at home, holding Corinne in the afternoon light. Everything else, the trial, the sentence, Antonio's declaration, the crowds and the newspapers, and the enormous civic drama of it all. Everything else can orbit around that central image. The mother and the daughter, in the quiet of the afternoon, the ordinary miracle of it, the thing that was nearly taken and was returned. I want you to hold that image for a moment, wherever you are right now. I want you to let it settle, because we are not quite done with this story. There is one more thread, one more piece that has been waiting quietly at the edges of everything I have told you, patient as the detective who found it, waiting for the right moment to be brought forward. The woman under the elevated tracks, the woman who refused the reward. She had called the police station once more in the days following the resolution of the case. One more call, brief and quiet, to say that she was glad the baby had been found, that she was glad it had ended the way it ended, that she hoped the family was well. And then she had gone back into the city, into the particular urban invisibility that had always been hers, and she had not been heard from again. The detective tried to find her. Not immediately. There were other cases, other demands on his time, the ordinary relentless press of the work. But he tried. He asked around the neighborhood of the elevated tracks, described her to the people who used those streets. He put some quiet inquiries in motion. He wanted to find her not for official reasons, but for the reason that sits below official reasons, because she had done something that mattered and had refused to receive anything for it, and because that kind of thing deserves to be acknowledged, and he was a man who believed in acknowledgement. He never found her. She remained, and remains, one of the genuinely unanswered questions inside this otherwise largely resolved story. A woman with no name in the historical record, who approached a detective under the elevated tracks on the afternoon of May 5, 1924, and gave him the description that started the thread that led to the booty in the park and the name from the neighbor, and the door on Warren Street, and the bedroom, and the confession, and Corinne Modell back in her mother's arms. A woman who said she had lost a child once. A woman who wanted nothing in return. Who was she? What was her story? What had she lost? And when? And how had she come to be the person who stood in that particular shadow on that particular afternoon and made the choice to come forward? These questions do not have answers in any record that has survived. She gave her gift to the investigation and to the Modell family and to the city without leaving her name. And then she walked back into the life that the elevated tracks overlooked, and history did not follow her there. The detective thought about her for the rest of his life, as far as anyone can tell. She appears in his notes more than once. A reference, a question mark, a reminder that the solved case contained within it an unsolved mystery, that the woman who made everything possible remained, herself, unknown. Some things are like that. Some threads, even in the most resolved of stories, end in the air, end without the closure that we want for them, that they seem to deserve. The woman under the tracks is one of those threads. She is the part of the story that stays open, that will always stay open. And I think, in a strange way, that is right. I think there is something appropriate about the fact that the person who asked for nothing and gave everything is the one who gets to remain mysterious, who gets to belong to herself. Even in the telling of a story that everyone else has been named in and placed in and assigned their roles within, she stays her own. Let us stay with that for a moment before we move forward. I want to slow down here. I want to deliberately, intentionally slow down, because I think the story we have just come through, the urgency of the search, the raid, the confession, the return, has been moving at the pace that events demanded, and now that the events have resolved themselves, now that Corinne is home, and Mary DeMarco has spoken her 3 words, and Antonio has spoken his 4, and the city is beginning the long, gradual process of returning to its ordinary self, I think we owe it to everyone in this story to stop moving for a little while, to sit with what happened, to ask not just what occurred but why, and what it means, and what it tells us about the world that produced it. Because the facts of the case are one thing. The facts are remarkable enough on their own, dramatic enough, strange enough, human enough to hold your attention without any additional commentary. But the facts exist inside a context. They exist inside a particular time and a particular place and a particular set of expectations and pressures and unspoken rules that shaped every decision every person in this story made. And without understanding that context, we understand the story only partially. We understand the surface of it without understanding what lies beneath. So let us go beneath. Philadelphia in 1924 was a city that prided itself on a particular kind of social order. Not a rigid or aristocratic order in the way of older cities and older countries. It was, after all, an American city, built on the democratic premise that a person's birth was not their destiny, that industry and decency and good community standing could carry you further than blood or title. But it was an order nonetheless. A set of expectations about how people, and particularly how women, were supposed to inhabit their lives. What they were supposed to want. What they were supposed to be. A married woman in 1924 was supposed to be a mother. This is not a controversial historical observation. It is simply the accurate description of what the dominant cultural framework of the time prescribed. Marriage was the legitimate context for womanhood, and children were the legitimate content of marriage, and a woman who had been married for some years without producing children was not merely unfortunate. She was, in the eyes of the community around her, somehow incomplete, somehow failing at the central task that her life had been organized around. There was a language for this. Gentle language, on the surface, the language of sympathy and concern, but beneath the gentle language was a judgment, and the judgment was clear even when it was not spoken aloud. Mary DeMarco had been living inside that judgment for years. I want you to hold that for a moment, because I think it is important not to rush past it. Not because it excuses what she did. It does not excuse it. Nothing excuses the 36 hours that Eva Modell spent in terror. Nothing excuses the city that was thrown into panic. Nothing excuses the fundamental violation of taking a child from her mother. But because understanding the pressure that Mary DeMarco was living under is necessary for understanding how a person arrives at a decision like the one she made. How a person gets to the place where stealing a baby seems not just possible, but necessary. How the architecture of desperation is built, brick by brick, over years, until it becomes the only structure you can see. She had been told by the medical establishment that she could not have children. In 1924, this was not a conversation that came with options. There was no fertility treatment, no adoption agency as we understand the term today. Adoption existed, but was not the formalized, legally structured process it would later become, and it was not something that working-class immigrant families in West Philadelphia typically had access to or knowledge of as a viable path. There was no framework for openly discussing the grief of infertility, no community of women who would gather and share their experiences and tell her she was not alone. There was simply the fact, delivered in clinical terms, and then the life she was supposed to continue living with that fact inside it. Unspoken, managed, hidden. And she had more to hide than just the infertility, the affair, the illegitimate son, the life on the main line that had preceded her marriage to Antonio, and that existed in her history as a kind of scar, something that had happened, that had consequences that were ongoing, that could not be entirely closed or healed. In the social framework of 1924, a woman with that history, with an illegitimate child, with the evidence of a past that did not conform to the expectations of respectability, was a woman who had already used up a significant portion of the tolerance that her community extended to members who did not quite fit the mold. She had Antonio. She had the house on Warren Street. She had the neighbors who knew her as Mrs. DeMarco and who asked, with increasing frequency as the years of marriage accumulated without children, how she was feeling when they might expect good news, whether she had seen the doctor recently. She had all of this, and she had, running beneath all of it, the constant low-grade terror of a woman who knows that the distance between her current life and complete social unraveling is not as large as it appears from the outside. Antonio wanted children. He wanted them with the specific, earnest, undisguised longing of a man who had not learned to be ashamed of wanting things. He talked about it. He looked at other people's babies with an openness that was, in its own way, a kind of pressure on Mary. Not intentional pressure, not cruel pressure, not the pressure of a man who was making demands or ultimatums. The pressure of a man who simply wanted something real and was not hiding that he wanted it, which meant that every day that passed without it was a day in which his wanting was visible, and her inability to fulfill it was visible, and the gap between those two things was visible. At some point, and we do not know exactly when, do not know the specific moment in which the thought crossed from the realm of the unthinkable into the realm of the possible, she began to consider what it would mean to have a baby. Not her own baby. Not a baby that came from her body, because her body had been declared incapable of that. But a baby nonetheless. A baby that could be presented as hers. A baby that would fill the space that the infertility had left and that Antonio's visible longing had made impossible to ignore. The plan did not spring fully formed into her mind. Plans like this never do. They accumulate. They are built from small decisions and small justifications, and the gradual normalization of thinking that, at its beginning, would have horrified the person doing the thinking. She must have told herself, at some early point, that she was only imagining it, that she would never actually do it, that it was a fantasy of desperation, harmless in the sense that fantasies are harmless, contained within the mind, not acted upon, not real. And then it became real. Slowly. And then all at once. The fake pregnancy was the point of no return. Once she told Antonio she was pregnant. Once that word was out. Once she had looked at her husband's face transform with the joy of hearing it and understood what she had given him by saying it. She could not take it back. The lie was load-bearing. It was holding up the entire structure of their life together. To take it back would be to bring the structure down. And bringing the structure down meant losing everything. Antonio, the house, the community, the respectability that was the thin but crucial membrane between her current life and the chaos of what her life without it would look like. 8 months. That is how long she maintained it. 8 months of increasingly elaborate performance. The changing body that she managed to suggest through clothing, through posture, through the careful management of what people were allowed to observe directly and what they understood only through her description of it. 8 months of neighbors congratulating her and Antonio making plans and the community preparing to welcome a new member, and all of it resting on a foundation that she alone knew was not there. I think about those 8 months sometimes. I think about what it costs to maintain a lie of that scale for that long. Not just the practical effort of it, the planning, the management, the constant low-level anxiety of a person who knows that any given moment could be the moment the thing unravels, but the internal cost. The cost of living inside a story that is not true, of performing a version of yourself that does not exist, of looking at your husband's happiness and knowing that the happiness is real but the reason for it is not. That cost accumulates. It compounds, the way interest compounds, slowly at first, then faster, then at a rate that becomes difficult to manage. And somewhere in those 8 months, the lie and the pregnancy it was claiming to document approached their natural endpoint. A baby is expected for a reason. An expected baby eventually has to arrive. The community and the husband and the preparations and the congratulations. All of it is pointing toward a specific moment, a moment of delivery, literal and figurative. And that moment was coming whether Mary DeMarco was ready for it or not. She was not ready for it. She had no baby to produce. And the only way to produce a baby, given the constraints within which she was operating, was to find one. This is the part of the story that I find myself returning to most often. Not the kidnapping itself, the moment at the carriage, the doll, the walking east through the alleys. Not even the confession in the bedroom or the sentence in the courtroom. But this part. The long middle of the 8 months, when the lie was in full operation and the reckoning was approaching and Mary DeMarco was, presumably, lying awake at night in the house on Warren Street doing the calculations that desperate people do. The calculations that are not really calculations at all, but rather the frantic search for a way out that does not exist, conducted over and over in the dark, with the same result every time. There was no way out that did not involve harm to someone. She could tell the truth. Telling the truth meant losing everything. Antonio, the home, the community, the respectability. It meant the affair and the illegitimate son becoming known, the infertility becoming known, the 8 months of lies becoming known. It meant a kind of social death that, in 1924, for a woman in her position, was not a metaphor, but a practical reality. She could disappear, leave the city, start elsewhere, begin again. But beginning again meant leaving Antonio. And leaving Antonio meant losing the one thing in her life that the evidence suggests she genuinely valued. The marriage, the love, the man who looked at other people's babies with that undisguised longing and who had told her, when she told him she was pregnant, that she had made him the happiest he had ever been. Or she could produce a baby. She chose the third option. She chose it knowing. She must have known that it was not a choice that left the harm contained. That the harm in it extended outward, to whoever's baby she took, to that baby's family, to the city around them. She chose it anyway, and in choosing it she made the decision that is at the center of this entire story, the decision that set everything else in motion, the decision that 5,000 people crowded a street over, and that General Butler mobilized a detective force over, and that a detective followed through alleys and parks and darkened streets over. She chose it because she was desperate. Because she was afraid. Because the options available to her felt, from inside the specific prison of her specific circumstances, like no options at all. Because the social framework she was living inside did not give her a path that led anywhere she could survive. I am not telling you this to ask you to forgive her. I am not telling you this to suggest that what she did was understandable in the sense of being acceptable or justifiable. I am telling you this because I think understanding how a person arrives at a terrible decision matters. It matters not for the sake of the person who made it, but for the sake of all of us, for what it tells us about the world that creates the conditions in which terrible decisions seem, to the person making them, like the only available choice. The world that Mary DeMarco was living in. The world that told women that their value resided primarily in their capacity for motherhood, that did not provide frameworks for openly processing infertility or reproductive grief, that punished social deviation with a severity that we can look back on now with the distance of a century and recognize as cruel. That world is complicit in what happened on the street outside the Model upholstery shop on May 5, 1924. Not more complicit than Mary DeMarco herself. Not complicit in a way that transfers the responsibility from her to her circumstances, but complicit in the way that contexts are always complicit in the actions they produce. The way that a world that leaves people no good options cannot entirely separate itself from the bad options those people choose. Eva Model was not a product of a different world. Eva Model lived in the same city, breathed the same air, operated within the same framework of expectations. Eva Model had done what was expected of her, had married, had her child, had placed her baby in a carriage on a warm May afternoon with the absolute reasonable confidence that the world was safe enough for that ordinary act. And the world had not been safe enough. The world had sent Mary DeMarco down that street on that afternoon, and the confidence had been wrong, and the ordinary act had become the worst day of Eva Model's life. Both of these women were shaped by the same world. Both of them were victims of it, in different ways, to different degrees, with consequences that are not equivalent, but that are both real. I think about that. I think about it in the context of a story that is 100 years old and that still feels, in its essential human architecture, remarkably present. Because the pressures that broke Mary DeMarco, the pressure of performing a self that does not exist, the pressure of maintaining a marriage through means that are not available to you, the pressure of shame and the lengths we go to in order to keep shame from being seen. These pressures did not die with the 1920s. They are different in their specific forms, dressed in the language and the concerns of whatever era they inhabit, but they are recognizable. They are the pressures that women in particular have always known, the specific gravity of a world that has strong opinions about what women should be and limited patience for the ways in which women actually are. And the woman under the elevated tracks. I keep coming back to her in the context of these thoughts, because she is also a product of this world, a woman on the margins of it, a woman the city had not made room for, a woman who had lost a child and lived in the shadow of the elevated train and had nothing to offer the investigation except what she had seen and the decency to come forward with it. She is the third woman in this story, and she is the one who asks the hardest questions. Not about kidnapping or crime or desperation, but about what a city owes its people, what a community owes the ones it has pushed to its edges, what we owe to the people who give us what we need and receive nothing in return. She gave the detective his thread. She gave him the description that started everything. And she took nothing. If you had to name the moral center of the story of the 1924 kidnapping of Corinne Modell, if you had to say where the moral clarity in this complicated, human, painful, ultimately resolved story resided, I think you might find it there. Not in the courtroom, not in the sentence, not in Antonio's declaration of love or the detective's methodical pursuit, but in the decision of a woman with no name in the historical record to come forward from under the elevated tracks and say what she had seen because a baby was missing and she knew what that felt like. The moral center is her. Let us honor that. Let us also, before we move into the final stretches of the story, the legacy and the questions that remain, and the world that this story opened a window onto, let us honor Eva Modell, who did nothing wrong, who left her baby outside because that was the safe and ordinary thing to do, and because she had no reason to believe the world was about to reveal itself otherwise, who spent 36 hours in a terror that I will not attempt to fully describe because I do not think it can be fully described, and who came through the door and crossed the distance and took her daughter back into her arms and, in doing so, gave the entire city something it badly needed. The sight of the thing restored. The sight of what had been lost being found. The ordinary miracle of a mother holding her child. She never asked to be at the center of a citywide crisis. She never asked to be on the front page of every newspaper in the country. She asked only to leave her baby in a carriage in the afternoon light and go back to her work and return to find everything as she had left it. The world did not give her that, but it gave her back her daughter. And sometimes, not always, not as often as it should, but sometimes that is enough to hold on to in the dark. Breathe. You are safe. You are exactly where you are supposed to be right now. Let your body settle deeper into wherever you are resting, and let the weight of this story sit gently, not heavily, on the edges of your awareness. You have been a witness to something real tonight. That matters. The listening matters. Stay with me a little longer. There is something worth examining, before we move any further, about the way this story traveled, about the speed of it, and the distance, and the particular hunger that it fed in the people who consumed it, because the story of the Modell kidnapping did not stay in Philadelphia. It did not remain a local affair, a neighborhood crisis, the kind of thing that appears in the city's own papers and is noted briefly by the wire services and then subsides back into the ordinary flow of daily news. It exploded. It went everywhere. It landed on front pages in New York and Chicago and Boston and cities further west and further south. And it stayed there, not just for a day but for days, following the investigation and then the resolution and then the courtroom proceedings with the kind of sustained, avid attention that we now associate with the 24-hour news cycle, but that existed in 1924 in a form that was different in its technology and identical in its essential character. Why? That is the question worth asking. Why did this particular story travel so fast and so far and grip so many people so completely? Part of the answer is the doll. The doll is the detail that makes the story unforgettable, that transforms it from a kidnapping into something more narratively complex, more psychologically disturbing, more fundamentally strange. A kidnapping without the doll is a tragedy. A kidnapping with the doll is a mystery, and mysteries demand resolution in a way that tragedies do not. The doll says, someone planned this. Someone thought about this. Someone went to a store and selected a substitute and placed it with deliberate care beneath a baby's blanket. And that level of premeditation, that cold, calculated attention to the detail of delay, is the thing that makes the mind refuse to let go. That makes you ask, who thinks like this? What kind of person plans like this? What is happening inside a human being when they purchase a doll and carry it to someone else's baby's carriage and make the substitution? These are questions that do not have simple answers, and questions without simple answers are the fuel of sustained public fascination. They are the thing that keeps people reading, keeps people talking, keeps people invested in the story past the point where the initial shock has faded and what remains is the desire to understand. The newspapers of 1924 understood this instinctively, in the way that good storytellers always understand what their audience needs, even if they cannot articulate the theory behind the understanding. They fed the story in the way that stories of this kind need to be fed, with new details, with updates on the investigation, with the voices of witnesses and the speculations of experts and the reactions of the community, all of it arranged to suggest that the full picture was always just one more piece of information away, that the next edition would bring the revelation that made everything clear. And then the revelation came, and it was better, more human, more complicated, more genuinely difficult to process than anything the speculation had produced. The confession, the affair and the illegitimate son and the infertility and the 8 months of performed pregnancy. The story beneath the story, the one that explained the doll without making the doll any less disturbing, that explained Mary DeMarco without making her any less responsible for what she had done. The newspapers had a field day. Of course they did. This is not a criticism, or rather, it is not only a criticism. The newspapers were doing what newspapers have always done, which is reflect the things that their communities are most urgently trying to make sense of. And what the community was trying to make sense of in the days after Mary DeMarco's confession was something genuinely complex. A woman who had done a terrible thing for reasons that were, in their essential human texture, recognizable. Reasons that many of the women reading those newspapers on their front stoops or at their kitchen tables could follow, even if they could not condone the destination those reasons had led to. There was a particular kind of reader, in 1924, who followed the Modell case with an intensity that went beyond ordinary interest in a dramatic news story. She was, and I use the she deliberately, because the case found its most avid audience among women, among the readers who bought the afternoon editions and discussed the details over the back fence and argued about the sentence and felt, in ways they might not have been able to fully articulate, that the story was about something that concerned them directly. Not kidnapping, exactly. Not crime, in the abstract. But the specific pressures that the story laid bare. The pressure to be a mother, the pressure to maintain a marriage, the pressure to perform a version of oneself that the community had decided was the correct version, and the particular loneliness of being unable to meet that performance without assistance that was not available. These readers did not excuse Mary DeMarco, but they understood her. And the gap between understanding and excusing, the space in which you can fully acknowledge the wrongness of something while simultaneously recognizing the human forces that produced it, was a space that the Modell case opened up in the public conversation of 1924 in a way that was, for the time, remarkable. The editorials that appeared in the days following the confession are fascinating documents. Some of them took the expected line, the firm, morally unambiguous line that a crime had been committed and a family had been terrorized and justice had been served, and that was the correct and sufficient response to the matter. But others, and these are the ones that feel, reading them now, most alive, most in genuine conversation with the complexity of what had happened, others took a different approach. They asked questions. They asked what kind of world produces a Mary DeMarco. They asked what the community's responsibility was to the people in its midst who were struggling with things that the community's norms prevented them from discussing openly. They asked, in the careful language of 1924 editorial writers who knew they were approaching territory that made their readers uncomfortable, whether a society that placed the entire weight of a woman's worth on her capacity for motherhood bore any portion of the responsibility for what happened when that capacity was absent. These editorials did not answer those questions definitively. Editorial writers rarely do. But the questions themselves were significant. The fact that they were being asked in mainstream newspapers in the immediate aftermath of a kidnapping case represents something. Represents a crack in the smooth surface of the cultural consensus. A place where the dominant narrative about what women should be and what happened to women who could not be it was beginning to let in a little light. The case became, in the way that certain cases always become, a kind of public conversation about something larger than itself. It became a place where people argued out, in the relatively safe space of discussing a specific event that had already happened and been resolved, questions that were too dangerous or too uncomfortable to approach directly. Questions about marriage and infertility and shame and the social consequences of not conforming to expectations. Questions about what we ask of women and what we provide them in return for what we ask. General Butler, for his part, received the credit that was his due for the mobilization that had driven the investigation, and he accepted it in the manner of a man who was entirely comfortable with credit and entirely capable of deploying it to good political effect. Butler was a complex figure, a decorated military man who was also, by this point in his career, deeply skeptical of the political and financial establishments that he had served, a man whose most famous statement, made some years later, would characterize his military service as a kind of enforcement operation for American corporate interests in foreign countries. He was not simple. He was not merely a good man or merely a cynical one. He was, as most people who do significant things in the world are, both, simultaneously, depending on the angle from which you looked at him. But on this particular morning, on the morning when Corinne Modell came home, he was simply the man who had made it possible. The man who had said, every resource, every detective, every available officer, for a 10-week-old baby, without qualification. And that decision, made quickly and implemented forcefully, had contributed to the speed of the resolution in ways that a slower or more cautious response would not have produced. Eva Modell kissed him on the cheek. He let her. That image, the mother kissing the general, the powerful man receiving the gratitude of the ordinary woman with something that looked like being simply human for a moment. That image appeared in newspapers across the country and was reproduced in a way that none of the more dramatic images of the case were. Because it contained something that the doll in the carriage and the raid on Warren Street and the courtroom and the confession could not contain, which was uncomplicated joy. The thing restored. The right outcome achieved. The world briefly, imperfectly, in the specific limited way that the world sometimes manages, working the way it is supposed to work. People needed that image. In 1924, which was a world that had come through a world war and a global flu pandemic and the particular social and moral dislocations that follow catastrophes of that scale, people needed the image of something that ended right. That was found rather than lost, returned rather than gone forever. The Modell case gave them that, and they held on to it with both hands. But I want to return, one more time, to the detective, because I have been telling you his role in the story, the methodical canvas, the witnesses, the thread of the blonde woman, the booty in the park, the ruse at the door, the morning raid, the moment in the bedroom, and I have described his actions with the care that they deserve. But I have not told you much about what all of this cost him, about what it is like to be the person who does this work, who stands in the gap between chaos and resolution and holds the thread, for days, through the dark and the frustration and the false leads and the physical exhaustion, until the thing on the other end of it is found. The accounts we have of him, in the documents and reports and newspaper interviews that survive from the period, suggest a man who was deeply private about the interior experience of the work. He described, in professional terms, what he had done and how he had done it. He was specific about methodology, about timing, about the logical deductions that had led him from one point to the next. He spoke well of his officers and acknowledged the contribution of the witnesses, including the woman under the elevated tracks, with more warmth than his professional tone typically allowed. But about what it felt like, about the 36 hours of sustained pursuit, the night in the park with the flashlight and the booty, the long hours at his desk waiting for 7 o'clock, the moment in the bedroom when he heard Corinne crying and took the stairs 2 at a time. About all of that interior experience, he said very little. He was the kind of man who believed that the work spoke for itself, that adding his own emotional response to the account of it was beside the point, that what mattered was what had been accomplished and not how it had felt to accomplish it. But the notes he kept, which survive in fragments, tell a slightly different story. They tell the story of a man who paid attention, who noticed things, the woman who refused the reward, and what she said about her lost child, the size of the booty, the expression on Antonio DeMarco's face in the courtroom, who wrote these things down not because they were operationally relevant, but because something in him recognized that they were important, that the human texture of a case is not separate from the facts of it, but is, in some essential way, the deepest fact of all. He was a good detective, but more than that, and I say this carefully, based on what the documents allow us to see, he was a man who understood that the people in the cases he worked were not abstractions, were not categories, not victim, not perpetrator, not witness, were people with the full weight of personhood, who had arrived at the circumstances he encountered them in through paths that were, every one of them, made of recognizable human materials. He did not forgive Mary DeMarco. It was not his place to forgive her, and he knew it, and the notes do not suggest he confused his role with something it was not. But neither did he dismiss her. Neither did he reduce her to the crime she had committed and refused to see the person behind it. The note about her face in the bedroom, about the love and the loss both present simultaneously in the way she looked at Corinne in the moment before he took the baby from her arms. That note is not the note of a man who has stopped seeing the person in front of him. That note is the note of a man who is doing his job and also remaining human while he does it. That combination, the professionalism and the humanity, the methodical rigor and the preserved capacity for genuine feeling, is rarer than it should be. It is harder to maintain than it appears from the outside. And I think it is part of why the case resolved the way it did, as quickly as it did, with the outcome that it had. Because the detective who followed the thread was not only following the thread, he was also, at every step, attending to the people attached to it, listening to them, seeing them, letting what he saw inform not his emotional response. He managed that, but his understanding, his sense of the shape of the thing he was pursuing. The shape of the thing turned out to be grief. At its center, beneath the kidnapping and the doll and the raid and the confession, the shape of the thing was grief. Mary DeMarco's grief, which had found no legitimate outlet and had therefore carved an illegitimate one with catastrophic consequences. The grief of infertility, unexpressed. The grief of the illegitimate son, hidden. The grief of a marriage maintained under false pretenses, which is its own kind of grief. The grief of being loved for something you are not. And Eva Model's grief, which was of a different order entirely. The acute, piercing, entirely legitimate grief of a mother who had had her child taken from her, who had spent 36 hours not knowing if she would ever hold her daughter again, who had lived inside that not knowing for every one of those 36 hours without relief. Both griefs were real. They were not equivalent, but they were both real, and the story holds both of them. And I think the story is diminished if we attend only to one and ignore the other. This is the thing about true stories. The thing that distinguishes them from the simplified versions of events that we sometimes prefer. The versions with clear villains and clear victims and morals that resolve without remainder. True stories do not resolve without remainder. They leave things over. They leave questions that the facts do not answer. Feelings that the resolution does not dissolve. Complexities that persist after the case is closed and the newspapers have moved on and the city has returned to its ordinary business. The remainder of the Model case is considerable. There is the question of Mary DeMarco's life after prison. What happened to her after she served her sentence? Whether she and Antonio remained together, whether she found any kind of peace, whether the community she returned to received her or expelled her. These questions are not answered in the surviving record. She disappears from the newspapers after the sentencing, as people who have been at the center of a public drama often do once the drama has resolved itself, absorbed back into the private life that public attention had briefly and violently illuminated and then abandoned. There is the question of Antonio, of the man who said "I still love her" in a quiet voice in a courtroom full of people, of whether that love was enough, and what form it took, and whether it survived the specific weight of what it had been asked to carry. There is the question of Corinne, who was 10 weeks old, who will have no memory of any of this, no memory of the carriage or the woman who lifted her out of it or the days in the house on Warren Street, or the morning the door came down and her crying brought the detective up the stairs at a speed that was almost but not quite running. She will grow up knowing the story the way people grow up knowing the stories of things that happened to them before memory, as a story, as a fact about themselves, as something that belongs to their history without belonging to their experience. What she made of it, as she grew into a person capable of making things of it, we do not know. And there is the question of the woman under the elevated tracks, who refused the reward, who said she had lost a child, who disappeared back into the city. Always, the woman under the elevated tracks. These remainders are not failures of the story. They are the story's honesty. They are the way the story acknowledges that it exists in the real world, where things do not wrap up cleanly, where the people involved in even the most dramatically resolved events continue to live their lives after the resolution, carrying what happened with them in ways that no newspaper account ever fully records. We honor the story by holding its remainders, by not pretending they are not there, by sitting with the questions that do not have answers and letting them be questions, rather than filling them with convenient fictions. You are still here. I know you are. I can feel it. The way a storyteller feels the presence of an audience that has stayed, that has given the story the gift of their continued attention through all of its slowness and complexity and refusal to simplify. That is a gift. I want you to know that I know it is a gift. We are moving now toward the end. Not the abrupt end. Not the end that arrives before you are ready for it. The slow end. The kind that feels, when it comes, like a natural arrival rather than a sudden stop. The kind that lets you rest. Stay with me just a little longer. The city is going quiet around us. The story is beginning to find its landing. Breathe. There is a particular kind of remembering that cities do. It is different from the remembering that individuals do, different in scale, different in texture, different in the way it persists and transforms over time. When an individual remembers something, the memory lives in a specific body, in a specific nervous system, shaped by the particular angle from which that person experienced the original event. It is intimate. It is irreducibly personal. It belongs, in a way that nothing else quite does, to the person who carries it. When a city remembers something, the memory is more diffuse. It lives in the stories that get told, around kitchen tables, on front stoops, in the barbershops and beauty parlors and corner stores where the news of the neighborhood has always been processed and debated and transformed into the communal narrative that a place constructs about itself and its history. It lives in the newspaper archives, in the court records, in the faded photographs that someone's grandmother kept in a shoebox, and that turn up, decades later, when an attic is being cleared. It lives in the way certain streets feel, to people who know what happened on them, even long after the event has passed, and the people who were present for it have themselves passed, and the only evidence that anything occurred there at all is the historical record and the faint, untraceable quality of the air above the pavement. West Philadelphia remembers the Modell case, in that diffuse, communal way, as one of the stories that defines a particular moment in the neighborhood's history. Not the only story, and not necessarily the most important one in the full sweep of what that neighborhood has been and endured and become over the centuries since. But one of the stories, one of the events that, when someone digs into the neighborhood's past with genuine curiosity and genuine care, surfaces as a thing that happened there, that happened to people who lived there and loved there and built their lives there and who, on a warm May afternoon in 1924, found that the ordinary safety they had assumed was not quite as solid as they had believed. That loss of assumed safety is one of the things that cases like this one leave behind. It is one of the remainders I spoke of in the last section, one of the things that does not resolve when the case resolves, that persists in the community after the courtroom drama has concluded and the newspapers have moved on. The knowledge that an ordinary afternoon can become the worst afternoon of your life without any warning, without any failure on your part, without any deviation from the habits and the routines and the reasonable assumptions that you have built your daily existence around. This knowledge is not comfortable. It is not the kind of thing that makes daily life easier to live. And communities, faced with it, tend to respond in one of several ways. They can deny it, can insist that what happened was an anomaly, a unique and unrepeatable event, a freak occurrence that says nothing about the general safety of ordinary life in ordinary places. They can accommodate it, can adjust their behaviors, their assumptions, their habits, in ways that acknowledge the knowledge without being paralyzed by it. Or they can metabolize it, can take it in fully, sit with the discomfort of it, and allow it to deepen rather than diminish their appreciation for the ordinary safety that, most of the time, most days, most afternoons, actually holds. West Philadelphia, in the weeks and months after the Modell case, did some of each. The mothers on the block outside the upholstery shop no longer left their babies in carriages unattended on the sidewalk. That practice, which had been common and unremarkable before May 5, 1924, became significantly less common in the immediate aftermath. Not everywhere, not immediately. Habits do not change that fast, and besides, the specific circumstances of the Modell kidnapping were unusual enough that they did not translate directly into a general threat. But the specific practice of leaving an infant outside an open shop while working just inside, that practice became something that mothers in that neighborhood thought twice about, in a way they had not needed to think twice about before. This is not a small thing. This is the way that events reshape the texture of daily life in communities that experience them, not through dramatic transformation, but through the accumulation of small adjustments, small hesitations, small moments of reconsideration that would not have occurred before the event, but now occur naturally, as the body and the mind incorporate the new knowledge they have been given about the world. And there is something worth noting about this particular adjustment, something that sits uncomfortably alongside the justice of it. Because the adjustment, the decision to no longer leave babies outside unattended, represents, among other things, a loss of a particular kind of freedom. The freedom to exist in the world with the assumption of safety. The freedom to step inside for 30 minutes and trust that the street will hold what you have left in it. This freedom was real before May 5, 1924. It was grounded in genuine experience, in the fact that, for years, for decades, for as long as that neighborhood had been a neighborhood, the practice of leaving a baby in a carriage outside a shop had been perfectly safe. The freedom was not a delusion. It was not naive. It was reasonable. And then one afternoon, one woman made it unreasonable. There is a particular kind of anger that lives in that, in the loss of a freedom that was reasonable and genuine, and that you had every right to expect would continue to be available to you. It is different from the anger at a specific crime, though it exists alongside that anger. It is the anger at the general diminishment of the world, at the fact that the world, which was this large before, is now this much smaller, and you did not choose for it to be smaller, and nothing you could have done would have prevented the choice being made for you. Eva Modell lived with that. Whatever else she felt, the relief of having Corinne back, the complicated mixture of emotions that the revelation of Mary DeMarco's story must have produced, the gratitude toward the detective and the officers and General Butler and the woman under the tracks and everyone else who had contributed to the resolution. Alongside all of that, she lived with the knowledge that the world had been shown to be smaller than she had believed, that the ordinary afternoon had a vulnerability in it that she had not known was there. That is a form of loss that does not go away when the baby is returned. That persists. That shapes the texture of every afternoon that follows, in the particular way that knowledge, once acquired, cannot be unacquired. I think about Eva Modell living in that aftermath. I think about her in the weeks that followed, the case resolved, Corinne home and safe, the city's attention having moved on to the next thing that required it. I think about her going back to the work of ordinary life, the upholstery shop, the neighbors, the rhythms of a household with a new baby, carrying all of this with her. The terror that had been, the relief that came after, the knowledge about the world that she had not asked for, carrying it, the way people carry the things that happened to them that they did not choose, incorporating it into the person she continued to be, the way experience always becomes incorporated into identity, whether we want it to or not, becoming, in some small and specific way, different from the person she had been on the morning of May 5th before the afternoon came. This is what I mean when I say that the story does not end with the resolution of the case. The resolution closes the official chapter, the crime, the investigation, the apprehension, the confession, the sentencing. The chapter in the historical record that has a beginning and a middle and an end and can be narrated from start to finish with the satisfaction of a story that comes out the right way. But the people in the story do not end with the official chapter. They continue. They carry. They live in the aftermath of it for the rest of their lives, in ways that the official chapter does not record and that the newspapers, having moved on, do not follow. And if you are listening to this tonight, if you are lying in the dark with this story settling into you, I think part of what you are responding to, part of what keeps you here through the slow, careful telling of it, is exactly this. The recognition that stories do not end with their resolutions. The recognition that the people in them continue, carrying what happened, and that this continuation is as real and as important as the dramatic events that preceded it. That the aftermath is not the lesser part of the story, but simply the less visible part. The newspapers could not follow Eva Modell into the ordinary weeks and months that followed the return of her daughter. They were not designed to do that. Newspapers are designed for events, for things that happen suddenly and dramatically, and that can be reported in the language of the specific and the immediate. The slow, private process of a woman reincorporating herself into her life after a crisis is not a newspaper story. It is something else. It is the story that happens in between the newspaper stories, in the hours that are not dramatic and the days that do not have events, and the ordinary undramatic continuance of a life that has been through something and is still continuing. That continuance is its own form of courage. I want to say that clearly. The continuance, the going back to work, the getting up in the morning, the feeding and the bathing and the holding of a baby who does not know what she was in the middle of and who simply needs to be fed and bathed and held. The continuance is its own form of courage. Not the dramatic courage of a crisis, which is a different thing, a thing that the body produces almost involuntarily when the situation demands it. But the quieter, harder courage of the ordinary day, repeated. Of choosing to live inside an ordinary life even after the ordinary life has shown you something frightening about itself. Eva Modell had that courage. We know this not because she declared it, but because the evidence of it is implicit in the fact that she continued. That the shop continued. That Corinne grew. That life went on. In the row house on the West Philadelphia block. In the ordinary way that life goes on when the people living it are sturdy enough to let it. And now I want to take you somewhere slightly different. I want to step back from the specific people of this story, from Eva and Corinne and Mary and Antonio, and the detective and the woman under the tracks, and look at the story from a greater distance. From the distance that a century provides. From the vantage point of people who are sitting, 100 years later, in the dark, listening to a story about a warm May afternoon in 1924 and trying to understand what it means. What does it mean? Not just what happened, but what it means. What it is telling us, across the distance of 100 years, about the world we live in and the world that produced it, and the ways in which those two worlds are different, and the ways in which they are, despite everything, remarkably the same. The first thing it tells us is something about the relationship between private desperation and public harm. Mary DeMarco's desperation was private. It lived inside her body and her history and the walls of her house on Warren Street. Invisible to the neighbors who congratulated her on the pregnancy, and invisible to the city that went about its business outside her window. It was the desperation of a woman operating inside a set of expectations she could not meet by the means available to her, trying to meet them by other means, by means that were catastrophic in their impact on the people around her. This pattern, private desperation becoming public harm, is not unique to 1924. It is not unique to Philadelphia, or to Italian-American immigrant communities, or to women, or to the specific intersection of infertility and marital pressure and social shame that produced Mary DeMarco's particular version of it. It is a pattern that repeats, in different forms, in different contexts, across the full span of human history. The specifics change. The essential structure does not. What changes? What can change? What has changed in some ways over the 100 years since this story took place? Is the availability of legitimate outlets for the kinds of pain that produce the desperation. The frameworks for talking about infertility openly, for grieving it, for seeking support for it without shame. The legal and social structures that make adoption a viable and accessible option for people who cannot conceive. The therapeutic resources that allow people to process grief and shame without being forced to manage those things alone, in secret, in the dark. These changes are real and they are significant, and they have, without question, saved people. Saved them from the specific kind of desperation that accumulates when pain has no outlet, when shame has no witness, when the gap between who you are and who you are supposed to be has no bridge across it, and the only options that present themselves are increasingly catastrophic. But they are not complete. The frameworks are not universally accessible. The resources are not equally available to everyone. The shame, in many communities and many contexts, persists, transformed, perhaps, wearing different clothes, but present. The pressure on women to perform particular versions of womanhood, to inhabit particular roles, to meet particular expectations. This pressure has diminished in some ways and shifted in others, and in some contexts and communities has barely shifted at all. Mary DeMarco, if she were a woman in her situation today, would have more options than she had in 1924. More paths, more legitimate frameworks for the grief and the desperation. This is real. This is progress, genuine progress, and it matters. But the essential human vulnerability that her story illuminates. The vulnerability of a person who believes that the gap between who they are and who they need to be is unbridgeable, and who responds to that belief with increasingly extreme measures. This vulnerability is not historical. It is not something we have solved. It is present, right now, in the lives of real people who are not at the center of dramatic historical cases, but who are living inside their own private versions of the desperation that Mary DeMarco lived inside, looking for a way out that does not require them to lose everything. These people deserve better than Mary DeMarco's options. They deserve the frameworks and the resources and the access to help that would give them a path that does not lead to harm. Not because their desperation justifies harmful choices. It does not, any more than Mary DeMarco's desperation justified what she did. But because the alternative to giving people legitimate paths is watching them construct illegitimate ones. And the illegitimate paths, as this story shows, do not stay private. They reach outward. They touch other people. They put babies in the arms of strangers and dolls in empty carriages and entire cities into states of terror. The investment in people's well-being, in their access to support and resources and legitimate outlets for their pain, is not merely a humanitarian investment. It is a practical one. It is the investment that prevents the private desperation from becoming the public harm. It is the thing that keeps the doll in the store where it belongs, unpurchased, unnecessary, because the person who might have needed it found another way. If you are still awake, if you are lying there in the dark with all of this moving through you, I want to ask you something. Not a question that requires an answer, not something you need to do anything with tonight. Just something to hold, quietly, as you move towards sleep. Think of someone in your life who is carrying something in private. Something that the ordinary frameworks of their life do not give them a way to put down. A grief, a shame, a gap between who they are and who they believe they are supposed to be. Someone who is managing it alone, in the dark, the way people manage the things that they cannot yet find a way to bring into the light. You do not need to fix it for them. You do not need to solve it or resolve it or make it go away. But you might, in the ordinary way of people who love each other and show up for each other in the small moments between the dramatic ones, simply let them know that you see them. That the gap they are trying to manage alone does not have to be managed alone. That there is a different option than the ones that desperation tends to construct in isolation. That is a small thing. It is also, sometimes, everything. Let that sit with you as you breathe. The story is not finished yet. But we are beginning, now, to approach the place where it lands, where the events and the reflections and the questions all come to rest, not in resolution exactly, but in the kind of quiet that follows a story that has been told with the care it deserves. Stay with me. We are almost there. The city of Philadelphia went on, as cities do, as they always do, because cities are organisms, and organisms continue even after the specific crises that test them have passed. The elevated train continued to run above the streets where the detective had walked. The row houses continued to stand. The upholstery shop, or what became of it, whether it continued under the Modell name or passed to other hands or eventually gave way to something else entirely, continued to be a place on a street in a neighborhood that was, and is, and will continue to be, part of the ongoing, complicated, beautiful, heartbreaking story of an American city. And somewhere in that city, in the years that followed, a little girl named Corinne Modell grew up, grew into a child, then a young woman, then a woman, carrying as all of us carry the history of the thing that happened to us before we were old enough to remember it, the history that belongs to our story without belonging to our memory. She would have known, eventually, what had happened to her, would have been told, by her mother or her father or the neighbors, or the stories that circulate in communities around events like this. The story of the warm May afternoon, and the carriage, and the doll, and the 36 hours, and the detective, and the booty in the park, would have had to decide what to make of it, the way we all have to decide what to make of the stories we are given about ourselves. What she made of it, we do not know. But she was found. She was returned. She grew. That is enough. That is, in the context of what might have been, everything. I want to talk to you directly for a moment. Not about the story, not about the events of May 1924, not about the detective or the doll or the woman under the elevated tracks. Just to you, wherever you are right now, in whatever room, in whatever bed, with whatever weight the day has left on you that you are still, even now, carrying into the night. I know some of you have been here for hours. I know some of you came to this video at the end of a day that was hard in ways that are difficult to put into words. The kind of hard that is not dramatic, not crisis level, not the kind that would make the front page of any newspaper. Just the ordinary accumulation of difficulty that a life accumulates over time. The small frustrations and the large worries and the things you said that you wish you had said differently and the things left unsaid that you wish you had found the courage to say. The loneliness that lives inside busy lives. The exhaustion that no amount of sleep quite resolves because it is not the body that is tired, not exactly, but something deeper, something that rest alone does not reach. I know you are there. I know because you are here, which means you needed something tonight that the ordinary silence of your room could not provide. Something to fill the dark with that was not the noise of your own thoughts going around, and around the same tracks they have been wearing smooth for weeks or months or years. Something that gave you a place to rest your attention that was not the inside of your own worry. That is what I am here for. That is what this is for. And I want you to know that I do not take it lightly. That you trust this space with your winding down hours, with the transition between the day and the sleep, with the part of your life that is most private and most vulnerable and most in need of something gentle. So, you are here. I am here. The story has been told, or most of it has been told, and now we are in the part of the evening where the story begins to settle, where the images and the voices and the events of it start to lose their edges a little, start to become less sharp, less immediate, more like the quality of something you are watching from a comfortable distance rather than standing in the middle of. Let the edges soften. That is exactly right. That is what this part is for. I want to return to Philadelphia one more time. Not to the drama of it, not to the crowds in the street, or the raid on Warren Street, or the courtroom, but to the quiet of it, to the ordinary quality of a city at rest, which is the quality that all the drama existed inside, the backdrop against which all the extraordinary events of those 36 hours took place. Philadelphia in the evenings, in the spring, in 1924, had a particular sound. The elevated train, still running its last runs of the night, its rhythmic clatter becoming gradually less frequent as the hours wore on. The sound of households settling, the distant music from someone's radio, which was still a new and slightly miraculous thing in 1924, not yet the ubiquitous presence it would become. The sound of children being called in from wherever they had been playing in the last of the evening light. The sound of doors closing, of windows being opened to let in the soft air, of the city performing the ritual of its own transition from wakefulness to rest. This sound existed on the evening of May 5th, 1924, just as it existed on every other evening. It existed while Corinne was still missing, while Eva Modell was sitting in a room somewhere with her family around her, unable to eat, unable to rest, unable to do anything but wait. It existed while the detective was moving through the streets with his officers, flashlight beams sweeping the dark grass of the park, finding the booty at the base of the oak tree. It existed while Mary DeMarco was in the house on Warren Street with the baby pressed against her chest, lying awake in the dark, calculating, planning, running out of time. The city's ordinary sound, its ordinary settling, its ordinary transition into sleep, all of it continued, uninterrupted, alongside the extraordinary things that were happening inside it. This is always true. The ordinary and the extraordinary coexist in cities with a simultaneity that is sometimes difficult to hold in the mind. That you, lying in your bed on an ordinary evening in your ordinary life, are sharing the city or the world or the night with people for whom this particular evening is not ordinary at all. People for whom this is the evening that changes everything. People for whom this is the evening of the worst thing that has ever happened to them, or the best, or the most confusing, or the most frightening. You never know. You can never know. The city does not announce it. And this is either a terrifying thought or a humbling one, depending on how you hold it. I prefer to hold it as humbling, as the reminder that the small circle of your own experience, the room you are in, the day you have had, the worries that are keeping you awake, exists inside a much larger circle that contains experiences of every kind, including experiences of tremendous courage and tremendous suffering and tremendous love, all happening simultaneously, all held within the same city, the same night, the same ordinary darkness. You are part of something much larger than your immediate circumstances. You always have been. The city or the town or the suburb where you are resting tonight is full of people. Full of ordinary people doing the ordinary things that ordinary people do at this hour, and full too of people for whom this hour is not ordinary, who are sitting with something difficult or something precious or something they do not yet have words for. You are among all of them. You are held in the same dark. There is something comforting in that, I find. Something that reduces the isolation of the 3 in the morning hour, the hour when worry tends to be loudest and the sense of being alone in it tends to be strongest. You are not alone in it. You are never alone in it. The city breathes around you. Let it breathe. I want to tell you something about the detective that I have been saving for this part of the evening, because it belongs here, in the slow and quiet movement toward the end of the story, rather than in the urgency of the investigation. It belongs in the reflective register, in the part of the telling where we sit with what the events have shown us rather than rushing through them toward their resolution. The detective, in the weeks after the case was closed, did something that was not required of him, and that was not part of his official role, and that he did not, as far as any account suggests, speak about publicly. He went to find the woman under the elevated tracks. Not for the investigation. The investigation was over. Not for any official purpose. Simply because he had been thinking about her. Because she had given him something that he recognized, even in the middle of the urgency and the professional pressure of the case, as significant. Something that went beyond a witness statement, beyond useful information, beyond the operational value of a good description given at the right moment. She had given him a glimpse of something that his work did not often show him, which was simple unasked forgiveness. The thing done because it was right, because a baby was missing and she knew what that felt like, without expectation of anything in return. He went to the neighborhood of the elevated tracks. He described the woman to people in the area, gave her description as carefully and completely as she had given the description of the woman in the red hat, noting the particulars that he remembered, her approximate age, her manner, the things she had said. He asked if anyone knew her. Nobody knew her, or nobody who knew her was willing to say so, which amounts to the same thing in practical terms. She had given her statement to the officers who took it down, and she had left the precinct, and she had not been seen or identified or named in any record that the detective could find. She was gone. She had always, in some sense, been gone, had always been the kind of person who moves through a city leaving no official trace, who exists in the spaces between the records, who is present and real and consequential, without ever becoming legible to the systems that are designed to document the legible. The detective wrote about this in his notes. He wrote about the frustration of it, the specific frustration of a methodical man who had followed every other thread to its end, and who could not follow this one. He wrote about why he had tried to find her, in terms that are more personal than his notes typically allowed, because she deserved to know that the baby was well, because she deserved to know that what she had done had mattered, because the people who do the right thing without being recognized for it deserve, at minimum, the acknowledgement of someone who knows what they did. He could not give her that acknowledgement. He could not find her to give it to. So he wrote it down instead. He put it in his notes, in the careful handwriting of a methodical man who documented things, because documentation was the way that the world kept faith with what had happened in it. He wrote it down, and in writing it down he did the only thing available to him, which was to make the record. To put on paper the fact that a woman had stood under the elevated tracks on the afternoon of May 5th, 1924, and had come forward because a baby was missing and she knew what that felt like, and had refused the reward, and had said she had lost a child once, and had walked back into the city and disappeared. And because he wrote it down, I can tell you about her tonight. 100 years later, in the dark, On the other side of time from the afternoon when she stood there, I can tell you who she was in the only terms available to us. A woman who did the right thing. Completely, simply, without complication, without remainder. A woman who saw something and said something because a baby was missing. That is all we know. That is everything. It is enough. It is more than enough. It is, in some ways, the most clarifying fact in the entire story, because it asks nothing of us in return for its clarity. It does not require us to weigh circumstances or consider context or hold complexity. It is simply a woman who did the right thing, and because she did it, a baby came home. Remember that. Carry that. When the story of the Modell case has settled fully into the background of your mind, when the specific details have softened and blurred the way the details of heard stories always do over time, when all of it has become simply the general shape of something you once listened to in the dark, I hope what remains, in that general shape, is her. The woman who asked for nothing, who gave everything she had to give, who disappeared back into the city and was not found. She is the reason. Let us hold her for a moment. And now, because you are still awake, because you are still here with me in this slow and darkening evening, I want to ask you something that has been sitting at the edge of this story since we began it. Not a question about the facts of the case, or the people involved, or the legal proceedings, or the historical context. A question that is closer to home than all of that. A question that is, in a sense, the reason I tell stories like this one at all. What do you do with the parts of your life that you cannot show anyone? Because everyone has them. Everyone has the thing that lives in the private interior, the grief that has not found its witness, the shame that has not been brought into the light, the gap between who you are and who you believe you are supposed to be that you have been managing alone, in silence, for longer than is good for you. Everyone has the Mary DeMarco version of something inside them. Not a kidnapping plan, nothing that extreme, but the essential human experience of carrying something that the available frameworks do not give you a way to put down. What do you do with yours? I am not asking because I expect you to answer. I am asking because I think the question itself, the act of turning toward it, even briefly, even in the soft, unfocused way of a mind that is moving towards sleep, has value, has the value of acknowledgement, the value of saying, yes, that thing is there. Yes, I am carrying it. Yes, I have been carrying it in private because I did not know what else to do with it. Sometimes acknowledgement is the first step toward the thing that acknowledgement makes possible, which is the decision to find a witness, to bring the private thing into a space where someone else can see it, not to fix it, not to solve it, but simply to see it, to be present with it, to relieve the person carrying it of the particular exhausting loneliness of carrying it alone. The woman under the elevated tracks knew something about this. She had lost a child, she said. She knew what it felt like. And in that knowing, in the specific, embodied, irreducible knowledge of a woman who had been through her own version of the thing, she recognized something in the situation of the Modell case that the other witnesses did not recognize. She saw what she was looking at because she had been somewhere adjacent to it, because her own experience had given her the vocabulary for it. This is what shared experience does, when it is brought out of the private interior and into the space between people. It becomes recognition. It becomes the capacity to see what others might miss, to say something true in a moment when truth is what is needed, to act from the particular authority of someone who knows. From the inside, your private carrying, the thing that lives in you that you have not yet found a way to share, it is not only a burden, it is also knowledge. It is also the potential for exactly the kind of recognition that changed the course of this investigation and brought a baby home. It is the thing that might allow you, someday, to stand under someone else's elevated tracks and say, I see what this is. I know what this feels like. Here's what I saw. That is a gift. Even the carrying of it, even the weight of it, it is a gift in waiting. If you can find the courage to bring it out of the dark, you do not have to do that tonight. Tonight is for rest. Tonight is for letting the day release you and the story settle and the weight of consciousness gradually, gently, lift. Tonight is for exactly what you are doing, which is lying in the dark and listening and letting the voice in the dark be the last thing your waking mind holds before it gives itself over to sleep. But carry that thought with you. Carry it gently, the way you carry something that you intend to look at again in the daylight, when you are rested and the world has the clarity that daylight brings. Carry the thought that the private thing in you is not only a burden, that it has potential that the privacy is preventing from being realized, that the witness you need might be closer than you believe, might be as close as the next conversation you are willing to have honestly, as close as the decision to stop managing the thing alone and to allow someone else into the space of it. The city of Philadelphia went to sleep on the night of May 6, 1924, knowing something it had not known 2 days earlier, knowing that the ordinary afternoon was not as uniformly safe as it had appeared, but knowing also that when something went wrong in the ordinary afternoon, the city had the capacity to respond, that 5,000 people would crowd a street, that a detective would follow a thread through 36 hours without stopping, that a woman with nothing to gain would come forward from under the elevated tracks and give what she had to give, that a baby could be taken and a baby could be returned. The city went to sleep knowing that it was capable, when it needed to be, of something extraordinary, that the community it had built, imperfect, complicated, full of people with private griefs and private shames and private desperation, was also full of people who, when the moment came, would do the right thing. That is not nothing. In a world that gives us consistent evidence that human beings are capable of causing tremendous harm to one another, the evidence that they are also capable of this, of the ordinary heroism of the detective, the unrewarded goodness of the woman under the tracks, the loving stubbornness of Antonio's 4 words in the courtroom. This evidence matters. It is not sufficient. It does not cancel out the harm, but it exists alongside the harm, real and documented and true, and it deserves to be held with the same weight. Hold it. Take it with you into sleep. You are safe where you are. The room around you is quiet. The story has brought you here, to this place of rest, gently and slowly, and with the care it deserved. Let it release you now. Let your breathing slow. Let the edges of everything soften a little more. We are almost at the end now. Almost at the place where the story and the sleep meet each other, and there is no longer a distinction between them. Almost at the warm, dark place where listening becomes dreaming and the voice in the dark becomes simply part of the dream. Stay with me just a little longer. The night is getting later now. I can feel it in the way the story is moving. The way it has slowed to something that is less like narration and more like the last conversation before sleep. The kind you have in the dark with someone you trust, where the words do not need to be important or urgent or going anywhere in particular. They just need to be there. They just need to fill the quiet in a way that is warm rather than empty, present rather than absent, companionable rather than demanding. That is where we are now, in the last conversation before sleep. I want to stay in Philadelphia for a little while longer, not in the events of it, not in the specific drama of those 36 hours, but in the feeling of it. The texture of a city that has been through something and is now, gradually, returning to itself. The particular quality of a neighborhood in the days after a crisis has passed, the way the air feels different, the way people move through the streets with a slight alteration in their awareness of each other, a slightly more deliberate quality to the ordinary courtesies. The way the woman at the corner store looks up when you come in, the way the man on the stoop nods as you walk past, the way the children playing on the sidewalk are watched a little more carefully than they were before. Not fearfully, exactly. Not in the paralyzed way of a community that has lost its nerve entirely, but with attention, with the specific heightened attention of people who have been reminded, recently and vividly, that the world they inhabit is worth paying attention to, that the person walking past is worth noticing, that the bundle someone is carrying is worth a second glance, that the ordinary surface of things contains, always, the possibility of something that requires a response. This is not a bad thing. I want to be careful to say that clearly, because I think there is a tendency, when we talk about the loss of innocence that events like this produce in communities, to frame it entirely as loss, as diminishment, as the world becoming smaller and darker and more frightening. The price paid for the knowledge that ordinary safety is not absolute. And it is that, partly. The loss is real, and I do not want to minimize it. But the attention that replaces the innocence is also something. It is not nothing. The woman at the corner store who looks up when you come in. She is doing something that the woman before May 5th did not do, or did not do as consciously, as deliberately. She is seeing you. She is registering your presence. She is, in the specific heightened way of someone who has recently been reminded that the world requires witnessing, bearing witness to the ordinary moment. To you, walking into her store. To the fact of you, present, real, part of the ongoing community of people who share this block and this street and this neighborhood. That witnessing is a form of care. Unspoken, unannounced, not something anyone would use that word for, but care nonetheless. The care of a community that has decided, in the aftermath of something frightening, to pay attention, to not look away, to be present collectively, in the way that presence is the most fundamental protection a community can offer its members. The woman under the elevated tracks had been doing this all along, paying attention, looking at the street with the specific awareness of someone who had learned, through her own experience of loss, that the ordinary moment contains things worth noticing. She had been doing what the neighborhood would learn to do in the days after the crisis, bearing witness, quietly, without being asked, without expecting recognition for it. She had always known what the neighborhood was only now learning. This is what loss teaches, when it is metabolized rather than suppressed. This is what grief gives back, over time, if you let it, the heightened capacity for attention, the refusal to take the ordinary moment for granted, the understanding that what appears to be simply an afternoon is also, always, the sum of everything it contains. The woman carrying the bundle, the baby in the carriage, the doll in the store waiting to be purchased, the thread that connects all of these to the people who will be affected by whatever choice is made in the next 30 seconds. She saw the thread. She followed it to the detective. She handed it over. I keep returning to her, because she is the part of the story that feels most alive to me across the distance of 100 years. The detective is a hero, clearly and unambiguously. The methodical pursuit, the long night, the refusal to stop. Eva Modell is the heart of it. The mother, the scream, the holding of the doll, and then the holding of her daughter. Corinne is the center of it, the baby who was taken and returned, the still point around whom everything revolved. Antonio is the complication of it, the love declaration that resists easy categorization. Mary DeMarco is the tragedy of it, the desperation made catastrophic, the private grief that became public harm. But the woman under the elevated tracks is the soul of it. She is the part that cannot be explained by the logic of events or the mechanics of investigation. She is the part that arrived not because anyone arranged for it, but because she was there and she saw and she knew and she chose. She is the purely human part. The part that is not a response to pressure or a product of circumstance, but simply the expression of a person's essential character in a moment that called for it. I believe that every story of genuine resolution, every story in which something lost is found, something broken is repaired, something that might have ended badly ends otherwise, contains a version of her, contains a person who was not required to act, who had every reason not to act, who had nothing to gain and something to risk, and who acted anyway. Because they could, because it was right, because they knew. These people are not always recognized. They are often not recognized. The structure of the story, with its dramatic events and its clear protagonists and its resolution that can be narrated cleanly from beginning to end, tends to absorb their contribution into the general motion of things, to make their specific act of grace look like simply one more piece of a puzzle that was always going to come together, to make their choice look inevitable rather than what it actually was, which was freely made, which was a gift. I want you to think about the version of her that exists in your own life. The person who appeared at a moment when you needed something and gave it without being asked. The witness you did not know you needed until they were there. The hand on the shoulder at the exact right moment. The phone call that came without explanation or prompting, just the sense on the other end of the line that you needed to hear a voice. We all have a version of her. We all have someone who stood under our own particular elevated tracks and came forward when it mattered. And perhaps you are, or have been, someone else's version of her. Perhaps you have stood under someone else's tracks and given what you had to give. Perhaps you have done something that cost you nothing, or something, or a great deal, for someone who needed it, and received nothing in return, or not enough, or not the right thing, and gone on anyway, back into your own life, back into the particular invisibility of the ordinary person who does the right thing without becoming a story about it. If that is you, and I believe for many of you it is, because the people who come to spaces like this one in the quiet hours tend to be people with a particular capacity for care. I want you to know that it mattered. Whatever you gave, to whoever needed it, in whatever moment, it mattered. Even if no detective came looking for you afterward. Even if no account was written. Even if the person you gave it to moved on, and did not think about what it meant. It mattered. It is in the record, somewhere. In the particular record that keeps the things that official records miss. The record that lives in the texture of the world itself, in the ongoing consequence of choices made from goodness. Your goodness is in that record. Rest in that for a moment. I want to talk about sleep. Not as a transition away from the story, but as part of it. As the final theme, the final reflection, the place where the story and the body and the night all come together in the thing that you came here for. Sleep is a form of trust. This is something I think about sometimes, in the context of the stories I tell and the people who listen to them in the dark. To fall asleep is to release the vigilance that waking requires. It is to let go of the constant low-level monitoring of the environment that consciousness maintains, the awareness of exits, of sounds, of the 1,000 small sensory inputs that the waking brain processes automatically, keeping track of the world while you go about the business of being in it. To fall asleep is to say, I trust that the world will continue to be manageable while I am not watching it. I trust that the things I cannot control while unconscious will not require my control tonight. This is an act of remarkable faith when you think about it. An act that the body performs so automatically, so repeatedly, so necessarily, that we rarely think of it as faith at all. But that is, in its essential nature, the surrender of vigilance to trust. The agreement to let the world be the world for a few hours without your supervision. Some nights that trust is harder to access than others. Some nights the vigilance will not release, will not let the monitoring slow and the awareness soften and the body begin the long descent into sleep. Some nights you lie there and the thoughts come and the worries come and the things you cannot control keep presenting themselves for review, insisting on your attention even when your attention can do nothing useful with them at this hour, in this dark, in this bed. On those nights, the vigilance nights, the nights when trust is hard to find, stories help. This is not a small thing or a trivial thing. This is a real mechanism, a real function that narrative serves in human psychology. The story gives the vigilant mind something to do. It gives it a direction, the direction of the story, the forward movement of the narrative, the question of what comes next. And in following the story's forward movement, the vigilant mind is gently redirected from its own circular loops, its own return to the same worries over the same tracks, and given instead the different motion of a story that is going somewhere. That has a shape. That will resolve, in its own time, in its own way. And as the story moves, and the mind follows it, and the circular loops loosen their grip just slightly, the body takes advantage of the loosening. The muscles, which have been holding the tension of the vigilance, begin to release it. The breath, which has been slightly shallow and slightly fast, begins to slow and deepen. The jaw unclenches. The shoulders drop. The body does what it has been trying to do for hours, which is rest, finding its way toward rest through the small window that the story has opened in the wall of the vigilance. This is why you are here. This is what is happening right now. As my voice moves through the dark toward you and your body responds in the way that bodies respond to the specific quality of this kind of telling. You are not simply listening to a story. You are using the story as a vehicle for the release that your body needs and that the vigilance has been preventing. You are letting it carry you somewhere. Let it carry you. The Philadelphia night is quiet now. It is late. Much later than the drama of the case. Later than the raid on Warren Street and the confession and the return of Corinne to her mother. All of that is over. The city has processed it, debated it, argued about it, read about it in the newspapers, discussed it on the front stoops and over the back fences, and now it has moved, as cities always move, into the next thing. The next day, the next event, the next crisis or celebration or ordinary Wednesday that demands its attention. But in the particular neighborhood, the blocks around the Model shop, the park with the oak trees, the street below the elevated tracks, the story has not entirely moved on yet. It lives in the neighborhood in the way that stories live in the places that produce them. In the slightly more careful glance of a mother at a carriage outside a shop. In the way a particular corner, walked past on an ordinary evening, carries the memory of something that happened there, does not announce it, but carries it. The way a body carries a scar, quietly, as part of its ordinary surface, visible only to those who know where to look. The detective carried it. He carried the case the way detectives always carry the cases that got to them, not in a way that prevented him from working, not in a way that the people around him would necessarily have recognized as carrying, but present, nonetheless. The booty, the size of it, the woman who refused the reward. These things were in him, filed not in the part of the mind that processes professional information, but in the part that processes experience, the part that turns things over in the idle moments, the part that, in the years that followed, would occasionally surface an image or a detail from those 36 hours without warning, without particular reason. He had done his job. He had done it well, with skill and patience and the preserved humanity that good investigative work requires. The baby had come home. The case was closed. By any professional measure, this was a success, the best possible outcome of the worst possible event. And he knew that. He knew it clearly, and he was. In the way of men who are not given to extravagant self-congratulation, but who can recognize when a thing has been done right, satisfied by it. The satisfaction was real. It was not nothing. But the woman under the tracks was still out there, somewhere in the city, living her life, managing her own private carrying, the loss of the child she had mentioned, and whatever else the years had given her to hold. And he could not find her to say thank you, could not deliver the acknowledgement that she was owed, could not close that particular loop. Some loops stay open. This is one of the things that experience teaches, eventually, not without resistance, and not without the specific grief of the person who wants everything to be resolvable and keeps discovering that it is not. Some loops stay open. Some threads end in the air. Some gratitude never reaches the person it belongs to. Some acknowledgement arrives too late, or not at all, or only in the form of a note in a file that nobody but the note writer will ever read. This is not failure. It is the condition of a world in which time is linear and people are mortal, and the moments in which the right thing could be said or done are finite and do not always align with our readiness to say or do them. It is the condition of a life lived among other lives, each of them moving at their own pace through their own sequence of moments, sometimes intersecting with yours and sometimes not, sometimes giving you the window to reach them and sometimes having moved on before the window opens. The open loops are part of it. They are not the comfortable part, but they are part of the honest accounting of what it means to be a person in the world, paying attention, trying to do right, and finding that doing right is not always sufficient to make things whole. What you do with the open loops is what matters. Whether you let them become sources of ongoing grief, things that the mind returns to, that the vigilance monitors, that the night thoughts circle over, or whether you allow them to become something else. A reminder, perhaps, of the ongoing urgency of the present moment, of the person in front of you, right now, who may need something that you have the capacity to give and who may not be there in the same configuration tomorrow. The urgency of right now, not the anxious urgency of the vigilant mind, which is the urgency of everything that could go wrong, but the warm urgency of the person who has been given, by the awareness of time's limits and love's limits, and the open loops that accumulate over a life, the specific motivation to be present, to pay attention, to give what is available to give, while it is available to give it, to the person who is there to receive it. The detective did not find the woman under the elevated tracks, but he looked for her. He wrote her down. He carried her. She had done something worth carrying. He knew it, and he made sure the record knew it, and now you know it, 100 years later, in the dark of a night that she did not live to see, in a world that is both completely different from the one she inhabited and, in its essential human architecture, remarkably the same. She is carried. You are listening. That is connection. That is the thing that stories do, across the years and the distance, across the gap between then and now. They connect the people in them to the people who hear them. They make the dead present. They make the forgotten visible. They take the private moment that no newspaper recorded and no official document preserved, and they carry it forward, in the fragile and essential vehicle of narrative, into the ears and the hearts of people who were not there and who nonetheless, in some irreducible way, are now part of it. You are part of this story now, in the small, real way that any witness becomes part of the thing they witness. You have been here for it. You have listened. You have let it move through you. The woman under the elevated tracks has a witness she could not have anticipated. Someone who heard about what she did and understood what it cost, and understood what it gave. Someone who is lying in the dark, 100 years later, carrying her. That is not nothing. That is everything that a story can do. And you have let it do that tonight. You have been so generous with your attention, with your time, with your willingness to be here, in the dark, with the story, and with me. Rest now. Let the images soften. The elevated tracks, the oak tree, the booty in the flashlight beam, the bedroom on Warren Street, the 4 words in the courtroom, the mother crossing the distance with her arms already open. Let them soften from the edges, the way a photograph left in the light slowly gives up its sharpness, still present, still true, but gentler now, less insistent, more like the background of things than the foreground. Let them be the background. Let the sleep be the foreground. You are safe. You are exactly where you are supposed to be. Breathe. The night is very late now. I can feel it in the way the air feels different at this hour. The way the dark has settled fully into itself. No longer the transitional dark of early evening or the restless dark of midnight, but the deep settled dark of the hours that belong entirely to sleep. The hours when the city has finally, fully, given itself over to rest. When even the last of the late night sounds have faded, the final car passing on the street outside, the last door closing somewhere in the building, the night itself going quieter and quieter until the quiet is almost a presence of its own, almost something you could reach out and touch. You know this dark. You have been here before, many times, in many different versions of this room, and this bed, and this particular quality of late-night silence. You have lain here in the hours before sleep with your thoughts and your body and the particular accumulated weight of whoever you have been today, and you have waited for the release that sleep brings. Sometimes it has come quickly. Sometimes it has taken a very long time. Sometimes it has required exactly this, a voice in the dark, a story moving gently around the edges of your awareness, something to follow that is not your own thoughts going in their familiar circles. Tonight it has brought you here, to this point in the evening, this point in the story, this gentle place where the telling is winding down and the sleep is winding up, and the two are beginning, slowly, to blur at the edges into each other. I want to return one final time to the people in the story, not to the events. The events have been told, all of them, with the care they deserved, but to the people themselves, to honor them, one by one, in the quiet way that honoring is done when the hour is late and the dramatic telling is over, and what remains is simply the acknowledgement of the fact that they were real, that they lived, that they moved through the world, and the world was different for their having moved through it. Corinne Modell first, because she is the center of it, the still point around whom everything else orbited, the baby who was taken and returned and who grew, as babies grow, into a person who would eventually have to decide what to make of the story she had been at the center of before she had the capacity to be at the center of anything consciously. She would have grown up in a West Philadelphia row house, in the care of parents who had loved her from before she was born and who loved her, after May 5, 1924, with the specific intensified tenderness of parents who had briefly lost what they loved most and had it returned to them. She would have grown up in a neighborhood that knew her story, that had been on the street the day she came home, that had watched her mother cross the distance with open arms. She would have grown up known, in the particular way that people are known in neighborhoods that have shared something significant together. What she made of all of this, whether she found it a burden or a source of pride, or simply a fact of her history, no more or less defining than any other fact, we do not know. But she grew. She lived. She was. And that is the thing that the doll in the carriage tried to prevent, and that the detective and the woman under the tracks and the $3,000 reward and the 5,000 people in the street and the booty found in the flashlight beam and the 7 o'clock raid and the confession in the bedroom all conspired, together, to preserve. She was, and she grew, and the world was different for it. Honor her. Eva Modell, who did nothing wrong, who left her baby in the carriage in the afternoon light because that was the safe and ordinary thing to do, and who spent 36 hours in the specific terror of a mother who does not know where her child is, and who cannot do anything to reduce that not knowing except wait, and who received her daughter back and held her, and in holding her gave the city the image it needed of the thing restored. Eva Modell, who went back to the ordinary life of the upholstery shop and the West Philadelphia block and the daily work of raising a daughter with the specific heightened awareness of a mother who knows, now, in her body rather than merely in her head, that ordinary safety is a gift rather than a guarantee. She carried what happened with grace, as far as the record allows us to see. She did not become a public figure, did not seek the attention that the case briefly thrust upon her, did not transform her experience into a platform or a cause. She simply went back to her life. She raised her daughter. She worked the shop. She lived, as most people live, in the ordinary continuance of days that are not dramatic and hours that do not make the newspapers, doing the small and essential things that a life requires of the person living it. That is its own kind of courage. The courage of the ordinary. The courage of choosing to continue inhabiting the ordinary life even after the ordinary life has shown you something frightening about itself. The courage of Eva Modell, going back to the shop and the block and the neighborhood, with everything she now knew that she had not known before, and continuing. Honor her. The detective, who followed the thread without stopping, who found the booty in the dark at the base of the oak tree and who held it in his hand for a moment and felt the weight of it. The specific weight of an infant's booty, which is the weight of a person's irreplaceable smallness and vulnerability, and who kept going. Who sat at his desk through the long night before the raid, waiting for 7 o'clock, doing the methodical preparatory work of a man who understands that the morning will require everything he has and who intends to have everything ready. Who went up the stairs toward a crying baby at a speed that was almost but not quite running. Who placed Corinne in her mother's arms. Who tried, afterward, to find the woman under the elevated tracks and could not, and who wrote her down anyway, because she deserved to be in the record even if the record was only his own notes in a file that no one but him would read. He was a good detective. More than that, he was a man who remained human inside his professionalism, who let what he was seeing inform not just his analysis but his understanding, who did not reduce the people in his case to their roles, victim, perpetrator, witness, but held them as people, with the full weight of personhood, even when holding them as people made the work harder and the feelings harder to manage. There are not enough people who do that, who maintain the capacity for genuine seeing in the middle of the work that the day requires of them, who do not protect themselves from the weight of what they are witnessing by reducing it to something more manageable and less human. The detective did not do that. He let it be heavy. He let it matter. And because he did, he followed it all the way through. Honor him. Mary DeMarco. This one is harder. This one requires more of us. More care, more nuance. The willingness to hold two true things simultaneously without resolving them into a simpler single truth. What she did was wrong. It was categorically, clearly, without qualification wrong. The planning of it, the doll, the walking east through the alleys with another woman's baby pressed against her chest, the 36 hours of Eva Modell's terror, all of it wrong. The sentence she received was the consequence of wrong action, and that consequence was just. And she was a person who had been failed by the medical establishment that told her without gentleness that her body could not do what her world demanded it do, by the social framework that gave her no legitimate way to process that grief, no community of shared experience, no path to the kind of life she wanted that did not require her to deceive her husband and her neighbors and eventually herself, by the culture of shame that surrounded the affair and the illegitimate son and all of the things in her history that the community would not have absorbed without judgment, that she had learned to manage in private rather than bring into the light, because bringing them into the light was, within the framework she was operating inside, not a viable option. Both of these things are true. The wrongness of what she did and the failure of the world that produced her doing it. Both true, both real, both demanding acknowledgement. She served her sentence. She disappeared from the historical record. She continued, somewhere, in the private life that the public drama of the case briefly illuminated and then abandoned. What that continuation looked like, whether it contained peace, whether the love that Antonio declared in the courtroom proved durable enough to hold through the years that followed, whether she found a way to live inside the aftermath of everything with something that resembled wholeness. These things are not in the record. But she was real. She was a person who carried more than she could manage alone and who made a catastrophic choice in the carrying of it. She was not a monster. She was a human being who reached the end of her available options and stepped off the edge into options that were not available to her, that belonged to someone else, that she had no right to take. She was wrong. She was also human. Both. Honor her, in the complicated way that the complicated deserve to be honored, not by excusing what she did, not by minimizing it, but by refusing to reduce her to it, by holding her full humanity alongside the full weight of her choice. by acknowledging that the world that produced her deserved scrutiny alongside the choice that she made inside it. That is a hard honoring. It requires more of us than the simple ones. But the hard honoring is often the most important one, because the easy ones, the ones that require nothing of us, that confirm what we already believed, that produce no discomfort, these do not expand us. Do not ask us to grow. Do not push against the edges of what we are capable of understanding. The hard honoring does. Antonio DeMarco, for words in a courtroom, delivered in a quiet voice that carried everything his face had been failing to fully articulate through the long morning of his wife's confession and sentencing. I still love her. A declaration that resists easy interpretation, that could be read as loyalty or as delusion or as the stubborn persistence of genuine feeling in the face of everything that has been revealed, or as some combination of all three that does not resolve into any one of them cleanly. We do not know what happened to Antonio after the case, whether he and Mary remained together, whether the love he declared in that courtroom had the durability that love sometimes has and sometimes does not, the durability that carries people through the specific weight of betrayal and deception and the public exposure of private things, and that emerges on the other side still recognizable as love, still functional, still a foundation for something. Or whether the love was genuine in the courtroom and unsustainable in the daily reality of what followed, as love sometimes is, genuine at the moment of declaration and simply not strong enough to bear the weight of what bearing it would have required. We do not know. What we know is that he said it, that he stood in a courtroom full of people who were watching him for his reaction, and he said it in a voice that was steady and quiet, and that carried, in its steadiness and its quietness, the full weight of a man who is being exactly who he is in a moment that is asking him to be exactly that. Not performing, not calculating, not managing the impression he was making on the room. Simply saying the true thing, in the way that people say true things when they are stripped of the layers of management and presentation that ordinary life requires. I still love her. For words, among the most human 4 words in the entire story. The words that, more than any other words in the case, make you understand that the events of those 36 hours were not happening to abstractions or archetypes or the generic types that news stories tend to flatten people into, but to people. Real, specific, irreducibly individual people, with their own particular way of inhabiting the world and their own particular way of responding to what the world does to them. Antonio DeMarco loved his wife. He said so, in a courtroom, in front of everyone. Let that be in the record. Let that be honored alongside everything else. Honor him. And finally, one more time, the last time, and the most important time, the woman under the elevated tracks. I have returned to her again and again throughout this telling, and I will return to her one final time now, because she deserves the final return. Because the story ends with her, really, not chronologically, but essentially, not in the sequence of events, but in the moral sequence of what the events mean. She was there on an afternoon in May. She saw something. She came forward. She gave what she had. She refused what was offered in return. She disappeared. 100 years have passed. She is remembered tonight, in this room, by you. By everyone who is listening. Everyone who came here tonight for the gentle dark and the quiet voice and the story that would carry them towards sleep, and who has been carried, instead, into something larger than they perhaps expected. Into the presence of a woman who stood under an elevated train on a warm May afternoon and made a choice that changed the course of a story that she would never know the full end of. She did not know if the baby would be found. She gave her statement, and she walked back into the city, and she made her one phone call after the resolution, to say she was glad, and then she was gone. She did not know, in the moment she came forward, that it would work. She did not know that the description she gave would become the thread that the detective followed to the booty and the name and the bedroom and the confession and Corinne coming home. She did not know any of that. She only knew what she had seen and that a baby was missing and that she could not walk away from those 2 facts while they were both true. That is the simplest and most complete definition of courage that I know. Not the courage that is certain of its outcome. Not the courage that has done the calculation and determined that the benefit outweighs the risk. But the courage that acts from the simple knowledge of what is right, in the absence of any guarantee that acting on that knowledge will produce the desired result. The courage that says, I see what is happening here. I know something that matters. I am going to say it, regardless of whether saying it changes anything. Because the saying itself is the right thing, and I am capable of the right thing, and so I will do it. She was capable of the right thing, and she did it. She is the reason you can end this story the way it ends, with Corinne in her mother's arms, and the city exhaling, and Antonio's for words hanging in the courtroom. She is the reason the story has a resolution rather than an open wound. Her choice, made quietly under the elevated tracks on an afternoon when nobody was looking for her to make any choice at all, is the hinge on which the entire story turns. Remember her. If you do nothing else with this story, if every other detail fades, if the doll and the booty and the raid and the confession and the sentence all soften into the general blur of heard things over time, remember her. The woman who saw and came forward and refused the reward and disappeared. Remember that she existed. Remember that she mattered. Remember that what she did was not recorded in any official way, in any document that bears her name, in any record that the city keeps of the people who shaped its history. She is in your memory now. That is her record. You are her document. Carry her. The city is asleep. Philadelphia in the very late hours of a spring night in 1924, or tonight, or any night. The city is asleep, breathing in the particular deep, slow rhythm of a large organism at rest, the elevated tracks quiet, the row houses dark, the streets empty except for the occasional figure moving through them with some private purpose, belonging to the city's night in the way that night figures always have. The oak trees in the park are still standing. 100 years of standing, in the patient, indifferent way of trees that have outlasted everything that has happened around them and will outlast everything that is yet to come. The booty is long gone, of course, retrieved that night, logged in the records, eventually lost to time the way that objects of evidence eventually are. But the tree is there. The park is there. The ground holds the impression of what happened there, in the invisible way that all ground holds the impressions of what has happened on it, not as literal marks, but as part of the ongoing accumulation of a place's history, layer on layer on layer. You hold it too now, as a listener, as a witness, as someone who has been here for the whole of it, patient and present through the slow, careful telling of a story that deserved that patience and that presence. You hold it in the way that heard stories are held, not as information exactly, not as a set of facts to be retrieved on demand, but as something more diffuse and more persistent. Something that has become part of you in the way that important things become part of you, not by being filed away, but by being absorbed, by taking their place in the ongoing interior landscape of your experience. The story is in you now. The woman under the elevated tracks is in you. The booty in the flashlight beam is in you. Eva Modell crossing the distance with her arms already open is in you. Carry them gently. You have been such a good companion for this telling. So patient, so present, so willing to let the story move at its own pace rather than rushing it toward its resolution. That quality, the willingness to be patient with a story, to trust that it is going somewhere even when it is moving slowly, to stay present through the slow parts as well as the dramatic ones. That quality is rare, and it is valuable, and it is, I think, connected to the same quality that allows you to be present with the people in your life through their slow parts as well as their dramatic ones. The same patience, the same willingness to trust the process, the same capacity to remain without needing the resolution to come immediately. You have that. It is in you. It brought you here tonight, and it will take you into the sleep that is waiting for you, and it will be there tomorrow, when the day begins again and the ordinary business of being a person in the world resumes, asking its daily questions and making its daily demands. You are ready for tomorrow. You are rested enough, or will be, and you are carried by what you have heard tonight, and you have the capacity for everything tomorrow will ask of you. But that is tomorrow. Tonight is for sleep. Let it come. We are very close now. Very close to the place where the story and the sleep are the same thing, where the boundary between them has become so thin and so permeable that crossing from one to the other requires nothing more than the willingness to let go, to release the last small grip that wakefulness maintains on the edges of your awareness, the last whisper of the thinking mind that says, "Not yet, not quite yet. There is still something I need to attend to. There is nothing left to attend to tonight. Everything that needed your attention has had it. You have been present and generous and patient, and now the only thing left is this, the slow and willing surrender to the dark, to the warmth of wherever you are resting, to the particular gravity of a body that is very ready for sleep and is only waiting for the mind to agree. The mind agrees. Let it agree. I am going to move more slowly now, more quietly. The story is becoming something softer than a story, something closer to the feeling of a story, the texture of it, the warmth of being inside a told thing rather than the specific content of the telling. This is the part where the words do not need to carry meaning so much as they need to carry sound. The particular sound of a voice in the dark that is not asking anything of you, that is not delivering information or building toward a revelation or requiring your active engagement. Simply present, simply here, moving gently through the air of the room where you are resting, reaching you not as a demand but as a companion. You do not need to follow closely now. You do not need to keep track. Let the words come and go the way sounds come and go at this hour, present for a moment, then passing, like the distant sound of a car moving through the street outside, like the settling of the building around you, like the breathing of whoever shares your space, human or animal, or simply the ambient breath of the room itself. Let the words come and go. Philadelphia is sleeping. I want to return there one last time, very gently, very briefly, not to the drama of the events but to the city itself, in the particular quality of its late-night rest. The row houses are dark, their white stone steps silvered faintly by whatever light the night provides, moonlight, or the ambient glow of the street lamps, or the diffuse illumination of a city that never goes entirely dark even in its deepest sleeping hours. The streets are empty in the way that streets are empty at this hour, not abandoned, not desolate, but quiet, inhabited by their own quietness, belonging to themselves in the way that places belong to themselves when the people who ordinarily fill them have gone inside and gone to sleep and left them to be, for a few hours, simply what they are. The elevated tracks are quiet. The train that ran above them all day long, rattling and clattering and casting its moving shadows on the street below, on the particular stretch of street where the woman stood on a May afternoon in 1924 and made the decision that changed everything. The train has made its last run of the night. The tracks are still. The shadows they cast in the daylight are not there, because the daylight is not there, because it is very late and the dark has the street entirely to itself. The park with the oak trees is dark. The trees themselves are massive in the dark, more massive than they appear in the daytime. The kind of massive that old trees achieve, over the decades of their standing, that has nothing to do with size exactly but with presence. With the specific quality of something that has been in a place for a very long time, and has absorbed the history of that place into its substance the way trees absorb the water and the light and the nutrients of the soil they stand in. The oak trees in the park have been standing since before 1924. They were standing on the night the detective moved through the park with his flashlight, sweeping the beam across the grass, finding the booty at the base of the largest of them. They are standing now, 100 years later, in the dark of a spring night, patient and still and immeasurably old in the way of trees. There is something comforting about the trees, about the fact of their continuing, about the way they hold the history of a place without being burdened by it, without the self-consciousness and the moral weight and the complicated ongoing processing of experience that humans bring to everything that happens to them. The trees simply stand. They were there when the thing happened, and they are still there, and they will be there when everyone who knows about the thing that happened has also become history. They stand, and the seasons move through them, and the years accumulate around them, and they simply continue, in the uncomplicated way of living things that do not have the particular gift and burden of consciousness. You could learn something from the trees on the difficult nights, on the nights when the mind will not release its grip on the things that worry it, on the things that have happened and the things that might happen, and the endless spinning calculation of risk and regret that the worried mind tends toward. On those nights, the trees, in their patient indifference to everything that is not their own slow growing, offer a kind of model. Not the model of not caring, not the model of disconnection or numbness or the deliberate cultivation of not feeling, but the model of standing, of simply standing in the place where you are standing, in the season that is the current season, in the dark or the light that is available, without needing the circumstances to be different from what they are before you can be present in them. Just standing, just continuing. You are very tired. I can feel it. Not literally, not in any specific sense, but in the way that a voice that has been with someone for a long time comes to sense the quality of their attention, the way it shifts and softens as the hour deepens. Your attention is softer now than it was at the beginning of this evening. The edges of things are less distinct. The specific details of the story, the addresses and the names and the timeline of events, have receded into the background, leaving behind something warmer and less defined. The feeling of the story rather than the content of it. The warmth of having been in the presence of something human and complex and ultimately, if not simply, resolved. That warmth is yours. You earned it by staying. By being patient through the slow parts and the reflective parts and the parts that required more of you than simple entertainment. You brought yourself fully to this story, and the story gave you what it had to give, and now what remains between you is this: the warmth. The residue of genuine engagement with something real. Let it warm you as you rest. I want to tell you something about the nights that come after difficult days. About the particular quality of sleep that follows a day that has asked a great deal of you, that has required things from you that you gave willingly or not so willingly, that has left marks in the way that demanding days always leave marks, in the body, in the mind, in the spirit. The nights that come after those days are sometimes the hardest nights for sleep, because the system is still running, still processing, still working through the residue of the day's demands, still trying to make sense of the things that happened and the things that were felt and the things that were said or left unsaid. But those nights are also, sometimes, the nights of the deepest sleep, when the system has finally exhausted its processing and releases into the particular rest of genuine depletion. Not the shallow rest of a night that follows an ordinary day, but the deep and restorative rest of a body and mind that have worked hard and are now, finally, giving themselves permission to stop. The sleep that comes after real effort is the most restoring kind of sleep. The kind that reaches all the way down to the places that ordinary rest does not reach. The kind that, when you wake from it, has actually changed something, has given back something that the day took, has restored something that the effort depleted, has left you, in the morning, genuinely different from the person who went to sleep. If today was one of those days, if it was a day that took something from you, that asked more than you were entirely sure you had to give, that left you arriving at this video at this hour with the specific weight of real exhaustion rather than the ordinary tiredness of an ordinary day, then tonight is a night for that deep sleep, for the restoring kind, for the kind that reaches all the way down. You deserve that. After the day you have had, whatever it was, you deserve the sleep that actually helps. Let it come. Do not fight it. Do not manage it or supervise it or monitor your progress toward it the way the anxious mind tends to monitor everything. Checking and rechecking whether you are sleeping yet, whether the sleep is coming, whether you are doing it correctly, because that monitoring is the thing that keeps the sleep from coming, the thing that keeps the system running when what the system needs is to stop. Let go of the monitoring. Let go of the checking. The sleep will come when you stop looking for it. It knows where to find you. The street outside the Model upholstery shop is empty now. It is the middle of the night, and the shop is dark, and the street is quiet, and the carriage that stood outside it on that May afternoon is long gone. Gone decades ago, wherever the carriages of 1924 go, into the accumulation of discarded things that time produces, the objects that outlive their usefulness and are released. The street itself remains. The pavement, repaved many times over the decades, repaved until no trace of the original surface is present anymore. But the street itself, the specific geographical location of it, the relationship between it and the surrounding streets and the buildings and the park and the elevated tracks, this remains. The place remains even when everything that happened in it has been superseded by everything that came after. Places are patient in this way, more patient than the people who inhabit them. The place continues to be the place long after everyone who knew it as the place where a particular thing happened has forgotten or has died. The place holds the address, the coordinates, the intersection of streets, the angle at which the afternoon light falls in May when the sun is at a certain height and the shadows lean in a certain direction. All of this continues, indifferent to whether anyone remembers what it witnessed. But we remember. Tonight, in this room, we have held the specific geography of those streets in our attention, have walked them in the imagination, have felt the particular quality of that May afternoon and the particular quality of the night that followed it, the dark of the park and the beam of the flashlight and the booty at the base of the oak tree. We have held all of it, and we have given it the kind of attention that makes things real, that makes the past present, that collapses the 100 years between then and now into the immediate, felt reality of a story being told and received. That is what we have done tonight. That is what you have given to the people in this story. Your attention, your presence, your willingness to be here with them in their moment, however many years removed from your own. That is not a small gift. That is the gift of being remembered, of being made real again in the minds of people who never knew you and never could have known you, and who nonetheless, for the hours of this telling, knew something of what you experienced and felt something of what you felt and carried you, briefly but genuinely, with them. Every person in this story has been carried by you tonight. Eva Modell, who did nothing wrong. Corinne, who grew. The detective, who followed the thread. The woman under the tracks, who refused the reward. Antonio, who said 4 words. Mary DeMarco, who said 3. All of them have been carried by you tonight, in the way that the heard story carries its people forward through time, into the awareness of people who would otherwise have had no way of knowing they existed. This is what stories are for. Not entertainment, not information, not the passing of idle hours, though they can be all of these things too, and there is nothing wrong with any of these things. But at the deepest level, at the level where a story reaches you in the dark and you feel it as something more than the sum of its facts, at that level, stories are for carrying. For taking the people who have been and bringing them into the presence of the people who are, across whatever distance separates them, through the thin and essential medium of the told thing. You have been that medium tonight. You have been the vessel through which the story has traveled from the past to the present, from the streets of West Philadelphia in 1924 to wherever you are right now, in your room, in your bed, in the particular dark of this particular night. That is a kind of sacred function. I use that word carefully because I do not use it loosely, but I use it here because I mean it. The act of listening to a story told with genuine care, told about real people who lived real lives and experienced real things, in the attentive and patient way that you have listened tonight. This act is, in its own quiet way, sacred. It is the honoring of the dead by the living. It is the refusal to let the past simply be past, simply be over, simply be the territory of the historical record and nothing more. The people in this story were not characters. They were not types or archetypes or representatives of larger themes, however much I have used them to illuminate larger themes tonight. They were people, specific, individual, irreducibly particular people who moved through the world in their own way and who cannot be fully captured by any telling, however careful. The telling is always partial. The story is always less than the life it describes. But the telling is what we have, and the telling is what we do, because the alternative, the silence that comes from not telling, from letting the lives of ordinary people dissolve into the unmarked past, without the small immortality that being told gives them. This silence is the thing that stories have always pushed against. I push against it tonight, with this story, with these people, in your company. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the kind of person who comes to a place like this, at this hour, and listens. Who gives the dark the company of a story told with care. Who lets the past be present in the way that listening makes it present. Who honors the people who were by attending to them in the way that you have attended tonight. Patiently, fully, with the whole of whatever you had to give at the end of a day that may have asked a great deal of you. You are the reason this exists. Not in the abstract, not the general audience, not the demographic, not the listeners as a category. You, specifically, the person who is here right now in this room in this dark, with this story settling into you as you settle into sleep. You are the reason. Because without someone to receive it, the story is only words. You are what makes it a story. You are what makes the telling matter. It matters because you are here. The night is very deep now. The deepest part of it, the part that belongs entirely to sleep. The part where even the insomniacs and the worriers and the people whose minds tend to run loudest in the dark have usually, by now, found their way to some version of rest. The city is in that deep part now. Philadelphia and every other city and every town and suburb and quiet rural place where someone is lying in the dark at this hour, breathing the slow breath of a world at rest. You are in that deep part now too, or very close to it. The edges of things are soft. The thoughts that were so insistent an hour ago have quieted into something much less urgent, much less demanding. The body is heavy in the good way, the way that means it is releasing rather than holding. The breath is slow. You are doing exactly what you are supposed to be doing. Let the story be the last thing. Let my voice be the thing that carries you the last small distance from where you are to where the sleep is waiting. Let the images that remain, the oak trees in the dark, the mother crossing the distance, the booty in the flashlight beam, the woman walking back into the city, the 4 words in the courtroom, let them soften now into something less like images and more like light. The particular warm, diffuse light of things that are present without being insistent. Things that are with you without asking anything of you. They are with you. Sleep is with you. The night is with you. Everything is quiet. Everything is still. You are safe. Stay with me just a little while longer. Just a little while. The sleep is very close now. I can hear it in the quality of the silence around you. Feel it in the way the night has deepened to its most absolute point. The point where the dark is so complete and so settled that it has become its own kind of presence. Its own kind of companion. Not the frightening dark of earlier hours, not the restless dark of a mind that will not quiet, but the deep and generous dark of the very late night, the dark that has room in it for everything, for the story you have just heard, for the weight you carried into this evening, for the breath that is slowing now, the body that is releasing now, the mind that is finally, gratefully, beginning to let go. Let it let go. There is nothing holding you here except the last small thread of wakefulness. And that thread is very thin now, very thin and very gentle and entirely willing to release you. It has been holding you gently through the whole of this evening, keeping you present enough to listen, present enough to receive the story and the people in it and the reflections that the story opened up. It has done its work. It is ready to release you now, and you are ready to be released. Feel that readiness. It is in your body, in the heaviness of your limbs, in the warmth that has spread through you over the past hour, in the way your breathing has found its own slow rhythm without you having to think about it or supervise it or manage it in any way. Your body has been moving toward this for a long time tonight. It has been patient, waiting for the mind to come along, waiting for the worry and the wakefulness to exhaust themselves sufficiently to allow the rest that the body has needed since long before you came to this video, since long before the day ended and the dark came and you found your way here. The body has been waiting. It does not have to wait anymore. I want to take you back to Philadelphia one last time. Not to the events. Those are behind us now, fully told, fully honored. Not to the people. They have been named and honored and sent gently into the history that belongs to them. But to the city itself, in this moment, in the very late night. To the quality of it. The texture of a city at its most rested, its most peaceful, its most simply and completely itself. There is a particular silence that belongs to the hours between 3 and 5 in the morning. Not the silence of absence. The city is not empty, not abandoned, not without its inhabitants. They are there, all of them, in their row houses and their apartments and their rooms, breathing in the collective slow rhythm of a city at rest. The silence is the silence of that breathing, of thousands of people simultaneously released from the demands of consciousness, simultaneously suspended in the gentle suspension of sleep, simultaneously present in their bodies in the most uncomplicated way that presence is possible, without agenda, without performance, without the constant management of self and situation that waking requires. Just breathing, just resting, just being, in the most essential and undemanding sense of the word. You are part of that, tonight. You are one of the thousands, or rather, one of the hundreds of thousands, millions of people who are, at this hour, in this deep part of the night, resting in the particular way of people who have come to the end of a day and given themselves over to what the night offers. You are not alone in this. You are held in the enormous communal rest of a world that sleeps, that must sleep, that cannot continue without the restoration that sleep provides, and that comes, night after night, with a reliability that we rarely think to be grateful for, but that is, in its own way, one of the most consistent and generous gifts that the body gives us. The gift of sleep, of being allowed to stop, of the world agreeing, however briefly, however temporarily, to continue without your supervision, of the release that comes when the day is finally, completely over and there is nothing left to manage and nothing left to decide, and the only thing available is rest. Rest is available. It is here, right now, in this room, in this dark. It has been here all along, waiting for the moment when you were ready to accept it. And you are ready now. Your body has been ready for a long time. Your mind is ready now. The story has brought you here, has walked you through the events and the reflections and the honoring and the slow descent through all the things that needed to be said before the saying was done. And now the saying is almost done, and the rest is here, and there is nothing between you and it except the last few minutes of this voice moving gently through the dark toward you. Let the voice be the bridge. That is all it needs to be now. Not a story, not a reflection, not an exploration of themes or an honoring of people or an examination of what the past tells us about the present. Simply a bridge. A sound in the dark that carries you from the last thin edge of wakefulness across to the other side, to the place where the waking and the dreaming become the same thing, and you are no longer required to distinguish between them. You do not need to distinguish between them. Let them be the same thing. The oak trees in the park are standing in the dark. I keep coming back to them, and I think I know why. Because they represent something that this entire evening has been moving toward, without quite naming it directly. They represent the quality of simply standing, of being in a place, over time, through whatever that time contains, the drama and the ordinary, the crises and the quiet, the afternoons when terrible things happen, and the mornings when things are restored, and the long decades in between when nothing that the newspapers would consider significant occurs. When the trees simply stand and the seasons move through them and the roots go deeper and the branches spread wider, and the presence of the trees in the park becomes, over time, simply part of the given nature of the place, part of what the park is. That is what endurance looks like when it is not performing itself, when it is not making a statement or demanding recognition. Just the ongoing presence of something that has been there for a long time and intends to continue being there. The quiet persistence of the standing thing. You have that quality too. I want you to know that. Whatever the day has taken from you, whatever the year has taken from you, whatever the accumulation of difficult things has cost you over however long you have been managing the cost, you have that quality. The quality of continuing, of still being here, tonight, in this room, at this hour, having come through everything that brought you to this point and arrived, still present, still breathing, still yourself. That is not a small thing. That is the oak tree quality. The quality of endurance that does not announce itself, that does not perform or demand recognition, that simply continues because continuing is what it does, what it has always done, what it will keep doing regardless of what the seasons bring. You are still here. That matters more than you know. On the nights when knowing that anything matters is difficult. On the nights when the accumulated weight of everything makes the continuance feel less like strength and more like stubbornness. Less like the oak tree's patient standing and more like the exhausted forward motion of someone who has not been given a reason to stop, and so has not stopped, though stopping has sometimes seemed like the thing the body most deeply wanted. On those nights, and you have had them, I think, and maybe having something like one tonight. On those nights I want you to hold the distinction between stubbornness and strength loosely, because the line between them is thin, and sometimes what looks like mere stubbornness from the inside is, from a distance, indistinguishable from the most genuine and admirable kind of strength. The kind that does not require certainty or clarity or the knowledge that the endurance is worth it. The kind that simply continues, in the absence of those things, because continuing is what is available, and you are the kind of person who does what is available. You are that kind of person. You have been that kind of person, for as long as you have been a person who comes to places like this one in the deep hours of the night, and gives the dark the company of a story, and the night the company of your continued presence. You have been showing up, night after night, in whatever form the showing up takes. You have been here, present, continuing. That is the oak tree. That is the standing. Honor yourself for it. Not loudly, not extravagantly, not in a way that requires you to produce something you do not currently have available. Just quietly. Just the small interior nod that says, yes, I am still here. Yes, that is something. Yes, it counts. It counts. The city of Philadelphia, on the morning that followed the return of Corinne Modell, woke up differently than it had woken up the morning before. Not dramatically differently. Not in any way that a casual observer would have noticed. Not in any way that produced visible external change. The shops opened at their usual times. The elevated train began its morning runs. The children went to school. The ordinary machinery of the city engaged itself and began the day's work, as it did every morning, as it would continue to do for decades to come. But inside the ordinary morning, there was something that had not been there the morning before. A quality of resolution. Not the resolution of all problems. Not the resolution of all the complicated feelings that the case had produced. Not the resolution of the broader questions that the story had opened up about women and marriage and desperation and shame and what communities owe their members. But the resolution of this specific thing. This baby, this family, this 36 hours of collective terror. The resolution of the immediate, the specific, the thing that had been most urgently wrong, and that was now. Whatever else remained complicated and unresolved, right? That is enough, sometimes, to have the immediate thing resolved. To have the most urgently wrong thing become right again, even when the larger wrongs that produced it remain present and unaddressed. It is not sufficient. It is not the end of the work, but it is enough to breathe on. Enough to wake up with, on the morning after. Enough to carry you through the ordinary machinery of the day with something underneath the ordinary that is not the previous day's terror, but something calmer. Something that, if not exactly peace, is at least the space that peace sometimes grows in. The cleared ground. The returned thing. Eva Modell woke up that morning with her daughter in the house. That was the morning. That was what the morning was. And whatever came after, whatever the days and months and years brought, in their ordinary and their extraordinary turns, that morning was always in the past, always something that had been, always the fact of the restoration to return to when the returning was needed. The morning after, the baby in the house, the thing that might not have been and was. You have mornings like that too. Somewhere in your past, maybe recent past, maybe years ago, maybe so far back that you have to search for it in the parts of your memory that are not immediately accessible. There is a morning after. A morning when something that had been very wrong became right again, or when something that had been lost was found, or when something you had been afraid might not happen happened. A morning when you woke up and the first thing you felt, before the day's demands had time to reassert themselves, was the particular quality of relief that comes when the thing you were most afraid of does not come to pass. Find that morning. Not tonight. Tonight is not for searching. But know that it is there. Know that somewhere in the landscape of your past, that morning exists. That there was a day when the thing was restored, when the baby was in the house, when the resolution came. And that it will exist again, in the future that has not yet arrived, but that is coming. In the slow and patient way that futures come, morning by morning, breath by breath, one ordinary day giving way to the next until the day arrives that is not ordinary in the best possible way. That day is coming for you. I believe that. I say it not as a platitude, not as the rote reassurance of someone who does not know your circumstances and therefore cannot speak meaningfully to them. I say it as the person who has spent this evening with you in the dark, who has watched you bring your full and patient attention to a story about people who were real and who suffered and who found their way through, and who recognizes in that attention, in the quality of care you bring to the listening, the quality of a person who deserves the morning after. You deserve it. It is coming. Until it comes, there is this, the dark and the voice and the story settling into you, and the sleep that is waiting just on the other side of this last thin edge of wakefulness. Until the morning after arrives in its own time, there is tonight. And tonight is enough. Tonight is the rest that prepares you for everything that follows. Tonight is the restoration that makes tomorrow possible. Take it. You have earned it. You have more than earned it. The voice is going quieter now. Not because there is nothing left to say. There is always something left to say. And perhaps on another night I will say it. And you will be here to receive it. And we will spend another evening in the companionable dark with another story told with care about people who were real. But for tonight, the voice is going quieter. For tonight, the saying is almost done and the resting is what remains, and the resting does not need words so much as it needs silence. The particular warm silence that a story leaves behind when it has said what it needed to say and the listening has received what the story had to give. The warm silence is coming. Let it come. The oak trees are standing in the dark. The elevated tracks are quiet. The row houses on the West Philadelphia blocks are dark and still, their white stone steps silvered in the small available light, their inhabitants breathing in the slow, deep rhythm of a city that has come through something and is resting on the other side of it. The detective is somewhere, asleep or awake, carrying what he carries in the way that methodical, careful men carry things, quietly, without drama, in the compartments designed for carrying. Eva Modell is asleep, with Corinne in the house. The woman under the elevated tracks is somewhere in the city, in whatever room she inhabits, breathing the same dark air as everyone else, no more and no less present in the night than any of the thousands of other people whose stories did not make the front page, and who are nonetheless as real and as important as anyone who did. She is breathing, somewhere in the city, tonight, or in the city of a night 100 years past, which in the space of this telling has been the same night. She is breathing, and you are breathing, and the city is breathing, and the night holds all of it, all the breathing, all the resting, all the ordinary miraculous continuance of lives being lived in the dark without drama or declaration or the particular distinction of being at the center of something that the newspapers cover. Just breathing, just continuing, just the oak trees standing in the dark, in the patient way of things that have decided to remain. You are remaining. You are still here. The sleep is here too. Let them find each other. You are almost there. I can feel it. The way the listening has changed, the way the words are reaching you now, not as specific content to be followed and understood, but as sound, as warmth, as the companionable presence of a voice that is not asking anything of you anymore except the one thing that is easiest and most natural and most available to you right now, which is simply to rest, to let the body do what the body knows how to do, to release the last remaining tension, the last small grip, the last whisper of the waking mind holding on to its own wakefulness out of habit rather than need. The need is gone. There is nothing left that needs your wakefulness tonight. Let it go. I want to speak very gently now, very slowly, the way you speak to someone who is almost asleep, in the voice you use when you do not want to wake them further, when you are aware that the slightest increase in urgency or volume or intensity might pull them back from the edge they are balanced on. The beautiful and necessary edge between the waking and the dreaming. You are on that edge now. I can hear it in the quality of the night around you, in the way the room has settled into its own deep stillness, in the way your body is heavy and warm and arranged in exactly the position that your particular body most naturally finds when it is surrendering to sleep. Stay on that edge. You do not need to do anything with it. You do not need to tip yourself one way or the other. Simply rest on it. The way you rest on the edge of something that will carry you naturally, in its own time, in its own way, without effort on your part. The sleep will take you. It always does. It has taken you every night of your life, and it will take you tonight, and there is nothing you need to do to make that happen except stop trying to make it happen. Stop trying. Just be here. Just breathe. Just let the voice move through the dark and reach you in the warm and undemanding way that it is reaching you right now, not pulling you anywhere, not asking you for anything, simply present, simply here. The story is resting now. The people in it are resting. Philadelphia is resting. The world that the story opened up, the 1924 world, with its particular pressures and its particular beauties and its particular failures, that world is resting in the past where it belongs, held gently in the memory of those who know about it, honored by the attention that was given to it tonight. It does not need anything more from you. You have given it what it needed, which was your presence, and it has given you what it had to give, which was itself. The fullness of a real story about real people told with the care that real people deserve. The exchange is complete. Now there is only this. The dark and the breath and the edge of sleep and the voice moving through all of it like something slow and warm and inevitable, like the tide coming in on a beach in the middle of the night when no one is watching, patient and rhythmic and entirely unhurried, knowing exactly where it is going and taking exactly as long as it needs to get there. That is where we are, in the tidal movement of the very end of the evening. The last slow reach of the water up the sand before the night gives way entirely to the sleep that has been waiting for you since long before you came here, since before the day ended and the dark came and you found yourself in this room, in this bed, in this particular configuration of tiredness and need that brought you to this voice and this story and this long quiet descent toward rest. You have been descending all evening. Perhaps you knew it and perhaps you did not. Perhaps it felt, at times, like listening, like engaging, like the active and effortful work of following a story through its complications. But beneath the engagement, beneath the following, the descent was happening. The slow and gentle movement downward from the heightened alertness of the day toward the deep rest of the night. Each section of the story was a step on that descent. Each reflection, each honoring, each moment of sitting with the complicated human texture of what happened in Philadelphia in 1924. Each of these was a step, and you have taken all the steps. You are at the bottom of the descent now, at the place where the ground levels out into the warm, flat dark of sleep, where there are no more steps to take and no more distance to cover, and the only thing available is rest. Rest is available. It is here. It is everywhere around you. In the air of the room and the weight of the covers and the particular darkness behind your closed eyes and the slow rhythm of your own breathing that you can hear, if you listen for it, as the most natural and most reassuring sound in the world. The sound of your own body, doing what it does. The sound of the life in you, continuous and unhurried and completely unconcerned with the worries and the difficulties and the accumulated weight of the day that felt so significant a few hours ago, and that has, over the course of this evening, gently and necessarily receded to its proper place. Not gone. The things that matter do not simply disappear because we sleep, but receded, put at the appropriate distance, given their real size, rather than the inflated size that exhaustion and the late hour tend to give to everything. The things that worried you tonight are the size they actually are, not larger, not the enormous looming shapes that the 3 in the morning mind makes of them. Their actual size, which is, in most cases, smaller than the 3 in the morning mind believes. More manageable, more survivable, more subject to the ordinary human tools of patience and effort and asking for help, and the slow passage of time that resolves so many things that feel unresolvable at this hour. Tomorrow you will see them in daylight, and they will be their actual size, and you will have something that you do not entirely have right now, which is the resource to address them. The sleep will give you that resource. This night will give you that resource. This is what the night is for. Not only the literal restoration of the body, the cellular repair and the hormonal regulation and the memory consolidation that sleep provides at the physiological level, but the restoration of perspective, the returning of things to their actual size, the gentle recalibration of what is urgent and what can wait, what is yours to address, and what belongs to the portion of reality that is not under your control and never will be. Sleep is where that recalibration happens, in the deep hours of it, in the dreaming and the processing and the unconscious work that the sleeping brain performs. The day is sorted. The things that need to be held are held, and the things that need to be released are released, and the self that wakes in the morning is, if not entirely different from the self that went to sleep, at least reorganized. At least carrying the day's residue in a different configuration, one that the waking hours can work with rather than simply be overwhelmed by. You will wake tomorrow with a different configuration. You will be all right. I want to return one final time, the very final time, the last of the returning, to the woman under the elevated tracks. Because she is the one I cannot stop coming back to, the one who has been present in every section of this telling, the one who feels, after all these hours, like the thread that was always running beneath the story and that only becomes fully visible now, at the very end, in the stillness and the quiet of the deep night. She is you, in a way. I want to say that carefully, because I do not mean it literally, and I do not mean it as a comfortable metaphor that smooths over the differences between her circumstances and yours. Her life was particular. Her losses were particular. The specific shape of what she carried was hers and no one else's. I am not collapsing her specificity into a general type, not making her a symbol rather than a person, but in one way, in the way that matters most at this hour, in the way that the late night tends to reveal. She is you. She was someone who was awake when others were not paying attention, who was present in a moment that could easily have passed without witness, who saw what there was to see and made the choice to say something about it, to give what she had to give, without knowing whether it would change anything, without any guarantee of return. You do this too, not necessarily in the dramatic way of a witness to a kidnapping, not in the specific way of a woman approaching a detective under elevated tracks on a May afternoon in 1924, but in the ordinary daily way that the unremarkable version of this kind of courage takes, the noticing, the showing up, the giving of what you have to give in the moments that ask for it, the friend you called when you knew something was wrong, the hand you extended when you saw someone struggling, The small act of presence in a moment when the easy thing would have been to look away. You have done that. I believe you have done that, because the people who come here, who give hours of their night to stories like this one, who bring their full attention to the honoring of people they will never meet, who live lives they will never live. These people have that quality. The quality of caring about things that do not directly concern them, of being present to the larger human story, not just their own immediate portion of it. That quality is in you. It brought you here. It has kept you here through all the hours of this long and careful telling, through the slow and sometimes difficult and ultimately, I hope, worthwhile journey from the beginning of the story to this place, this last quiet resting place before sleep. It is a beautiful quality. I want you to know that. In a world that has a great deal of evidence for the human capacity for harm, the evidence that this story itself contains, the evidence that the daily news contains, the evidence of ordinary daily life in its less generous moments, the evidence for the human capacity for simple goodness, for the unrewarded showing up and the graceful giving and the refusal of the reward matters. It is not naive to value it. It is not sentimental to hold it as one of the things that make the world survivable, that make the story of the human species something other than simply a catalog of harm. You are part of the evidence for the other thing, for the goodness, for the woman under the tracks who says what she saw because a baby is missing and she knows what that feels like. You are part of that. Carry that into sleep. Let it be what you carry, not the weight of the day, not the worries that were loudest an hour ago, not the open loops and the unresolved things and the questions that do not yet have answers. Let those rest where they are, and let this be what you carry instead, into the dream, into the deep dark, into the morning that is coming. The knowledge that you are part of the evidence for the good thing, that you are still here, still breathing, still the person who shows up. That is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. The night is complete. I do not mean that the night is over. The darkness outside your window is still deep, still full, still the thick settled dark of the deepest hours. The morning is not close yet. There are still hours of rest ahead of you. Good hours, restorative hours, the hours that will do the work that sleep does when it is finally allowed to do it without interruption. But the night is complete in the other sense, in the sense of having been fully inhabited. You have been in this night fully, present in it, attentive in it, carrying everything you came to it with, and allowing the story and the voice and the slow descent to do what they do, which is to make the carrying a little lighter, to redistribute the weight, to give the things that were heaviest a little of the air they needed to become more manageable. The night has done what it needed to do. You have done what you needed to do. The story has been told and received and honored and allowed to settle into the place where stories settle when they have been genuinely heard, not the surface of the mind, where things sit temporarily before being displaced by the next incoming information, but deeper. The place where the heard thing becomes part of the ongoing interior landscape of your experience. The place where it will be available on some future evening when you need it, in the form of something softer and less specific than the events themselves. A feeling, a quality of warmth. The vague sense of a woman under elevated tracks and a booty in a flashlight beam, and a mother crossing a distance with open arms, and 4 words spoken quietly in a courtroom, and a baby crying at the top of the stairs. You will carry these things without knowing you are carrying them. That is how the stories we have truly heard travel through us. Not as retrievable memories exactly, but as part of the texture of who we are, part of the way we see things, part of the invisible architecture of our understanding of the world and the people in it. The people of this story are part of you now. They will be there, in that invisible way, when you need them. When you need the evidence of the woman who acted from simple goodness. When you need the evidence of the detective who remained human inside his work. When you need the evidence of the mother who crossed the distance with her arms already open. When you need to know that terrible things can be survived, that lost things can be found, that the worst 36 hours of a life can end with something that looks like grace. They will be there. And now, before the last words of this evening, before the final gentle closing of the night, I want to do something I do at the end of every long telling. Every evening like this one that has gone deep and slow and given us both something we did not entirely expect when we began. I want to simply say your name. Not literally. I do not know your name. And even if I did, this is not the moment for the specificity of names, Not the moment for anything that requires the mind to engage with particulars, but in the general way. In the way of acknowledging that there is a specific person here, a specific you, with a specific name that belongs to a specific life that is irreducibly your own, and that no story, however carefully told, can fully capture or contain. You are here. You have a name. You have a life that is particular to you. You have things in you that no story has yet told, and that may never be told, and that are nonetheless real and valuable, and part of the ongoing evidence for the human capacity for something good. I acknowledge you. I see you. I am glad you are here. And now I am going to let you rest. The words are going quiet. Not because the night is over. The night has hours left in it, generous restoring hours. Not because there is nothing left to say, there is always something left to say. But because the saying is done for tonight, and the resting is what remains, and the resting does not need the words anymore. The words have brought you here. The resting will carry you the rest of the way. Let the voice become background now. Let it move from the foreground of your awareness, where it has been, gently, through all these hours, back into the soft ambient space of something heard but not followed. Something present but not demanding. Something that says, simply, by its presence, you are not alone in the dark. Someone is here. The night has company. That is all it needs to say now. You are not alone in the dark. Someone is here. The night has company. Breathe. The oak trees are standing. The city is asleep. You are safe. You are carried. You are home. Here we are. The last words of the evening. The final few minutes before the voice goes quiet, and the silence takes over completely, and the night belongs entirely to you, and to the sleep that has been waiting so patiently, so generously, through all the hours of this long and careful telling. We are here together, at the very end of it, in the deepest and most settled part of the dark, and I want to take my time with these last few minutes because they matter. Because endings matter. Because the way a thing closes is part of the thing itself, part of what it leaves behind, part of what travels with you into the sleep and the morning and the days that follow. So I am taking my time. Breathe with me for a moment. Just a moment. In through the nose, slowly, all the way down into the belly, into the lowest part of the breath where the body holds its deepest reserves of calm. And then out, slowly, all the way, emptying completely, the body releasing with the breath everything that it has been holding that it does not need to hold anymore. The tension that accumulated during the day. The tightness that wakefulness produces in the muscles and the jaw and the shoulders and the place between the shoulder blades where so many of us carry the weight of everything we are managing without acknowledging that we are managing it. Let it go with the breath. All of it. You do not need it tonight. It will still be there in the morning. Whatever portion of it is genuinely yours to address. It will be there, and you will have the resource to address it that you do not entirely have right now, because you will have slept, and sleep gives back what the day takes, and the morning will be different from this moment in the ways that matter. But for now, for these last few minutes, there is only the breath and the dark and the voice and the sleep that is so very close. You are so very close. I want to tell you what I hope you carry from tonight. Not the specific facts of the case. Those may stay, or they may soften over time into the general impression of something heard, and either is fine, either is the natural way of heard things. But the feeling of it, the particular quality of what this evening has been, in the way that evenings that go somewhere real leave a quality behind even when the specifics have faded. I hope you carry the warmth of it. The specific warmth of a story told with care about people who were real, received by someone who was willing to be present for the fullness of it. That warmth is real. It lives in you now, in the particular way that warmth lives in a body that has been in the presence of something that genuinely moved it. Not dramatically, not with the force of something that announces its impact, but quietly, in the way that the best things tend to move us. The way that stays. I hope you carry the woman under the elevated tracks. I hope she travels with you in the invisible way that the people we have genuinely encountered travel with us. Not as a remembered fact, but as a felt presence. The reminder, available when you need it, that ordinary people do extraordinary things in ordinary moments, without announcement, without reward, without knowing whether what they do will make any difference at all. That goodness operates at that level. The level of the unremarkable choice made by the unrecognized person in the middle of the ordinary afternoon. That you have been in the presence of that goodness tonight, and it is in you now. I hope you carry the booty. The small white knitted booty at the base of the oak tree in the flashlight beam. Not as a specific image necessarily, but as what it represents, the evidence of someone who was there, who passed through, who left a trace that the searching found. The knowledge that even in the darkest and most uncertain moments of a search, evidence exists. That the world leaves traces. That the things that have happened have not left no mark. They have left marks. And the searching that is patient enough and careful enough and willing enough to move through the dark with a flashlight will find them. Whatever you are searching for, and we are all searching for something, at all times, in the ongoing interior work of being a person in the world, the evidence exists. The booty is out there. The trace is there. The patient, careful searching will find it. I hope you carry that. And I hope you carry the morning after. The morning when Eva Modell woke up with her daughter in the house. The specific quality of that morning, not its drama, not its public significance, not the crowds and the newspapers and the general's cheek that received the kiss, but the private interior of it. The first moment of waking, when consciousness returns and the facts of the world reassemble themselves, and the fact that is most important assembles itself first. The baby is in the house. The thing that was lost is found. The restoration happened. That morning is possible. It has happened. It will happen again, not identically, not in the specific form of a baby returned from a house on Warren Street, but in the form that your particular life calls for. The morning after whatever your particular searching has been about. The morning when the thing that was most urgently wrong becomes right again, or right enough, or right in the way that right tends to come. Not perfectly, not all at once, not without remainder, but genuinely. Actually, really, it is coming. Until it comes, there is rest. There is this. The night doing what the night does, which is hold you. Hold all of you. The carrying and the tired and the hopeful and the worried and the part of you that came here tonight because you needed something that the silence alone could not provide. The night holds all of that. The dark holds all of that. I hold all of that, in the small way that a voice can hold something. By being present with it, by not flinching from it, by saying, I see that you are carrying this, and I am here. And you do not have to carry it alone in the dark. You have not been alone in the dark tonight. You will not be alone in the dark on the nights that follow. Whenever you need to return to this, the story will be here. The voice will be here. The space will be here. This particular space that you have found your way to, that has become, for many of you, as reliable as the pillow and the blanket and the particular arrangement of the room that signals to the body and the mind that it is time, finally, to stop. Come back whenever you need to. The door is always open. The voice is always here, ready to sit with you in the dark for as long as you need, with whatever story the evening calls for, told with the same care that this one was told with. Because you deserve care. You deserve the thing told carefully. You deserve the voice that does not rush and does not sensationalize and does not treat the real lives of real people as entertainment to be consumed without feeling. You deserve the story that honors its people. And you deserve the space, this particular warm, dark space where the story and the sleep find each other and carry you between them into the rest you need. Come back. And when you come back, or when you wake tomorrow morning, rested and reorganized, and carrying the day's possibilities rather than the night's anxieties, I want to ask you something small. Something that costs very little and gives a great deal, in the specific way that small things sometimes give a great deal. If this evening meant something to you, if the story moved you, if the telling honored the people in it in a way that felt right, if you found yourself here at the end of it with something you did not have at the beginning, some warmth or some insight, or simply the gift of having been carried gently through the dark, if any of that is true, then when you come back to yourself in the morning, consider leaving a note in the comments. Not a long note, not something elaborate, just a word or two, where you are from, what time it is for you, whether you are still awake or whether the story did what it was supposed to do and carried you all the way to sleep before the end. Those notes matter. They matter to me because they are the evidence that the exchange happened, that the telling reached someone, that the voice in the dark was received by the person in the dark it was sent toward, that the bridge was crossed. They matter to the people who find this channel for the first time and who are looking for evidence that this is a safe place to rest, that the stories here are told with care, that the space is what it presents itself to be. Your note, however brief, however simple, is that evidence for them. It is the booty at the base of the oak tree. The trace that the searching finds. Leave a trace, if you are willing. A comment, a like, a word that says, "I was here, I heard this, it mattered." That is all. That is enough. That is the small, unrewarded act of goodness that ripples outward in ways you will not see, but that are real nonetheless. That reach people you will never meet in moments they will not tell you about. Doing the work that the woman under the elevated tracks did. The work of making the path a little clearer for the next person who needs to find it. If you have not yet subscribed to this channel, if you found your way here by some other route, by a recommendation or a search, or the particular alchemy of the algorithm that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, puts the right thing in front of the right person at the right time, consider subscribing. Not because the number matters, not because the metric of it is what this is about, but because the subscription is the way you tell the channel, "I want to come back here. I want this to be a place I can find again, on the nights that need it, on the nights when the silence is too loud and the dark is too empty and the thoughts are too circular, and what is needed is a voice and a story and the particular warmth of a well-told thing received in the right way at the right hour." Subscribing is the way you keep the door open, the way you make sure that the path back here is clear. Keep the path clear. And now we are truly at the end. The last words. The final quiet. The moment when the voice begins to withdraw, not abruptly, not dramatically, but in the slow and natural way of something that has accompanied you as far as it can and is now releasing you to the rest of the journey, which is the part that only you can make, in the territory of the dream and the deep sleep and the morning that will come in its own time with its own light and its own possibilities. Philadelphia is sleeping. The oak trees are standing in the park. The elevated tracks are quiet. The row houses are dark. The detective is somewhere at rest, carrying what he carries in the quiet and undramatic way of a methodical man who has done his work well and knows it and does not need the world to tell him so. Eva Modell is asleep with her daughter in the house. Corinne is breathing the slow, uncomplicated breath of an infant who does not know yet that the world is complicated, who knows only that she is held and warm and fed, and that the body she is resting in is the right body, the one she knows, the one that smells like safety. She is held. You are held. The night holds you. The dark holds you. The warmth of wherever you are resting holds you. The covers and the pillow and the particular shape of the space that your body has settled into. The shape that your body makes when it is finally, fully, releasing into rest. That shape is yours. That warmth is yours. That held quality is yours, tonight, for as many hours as the night has left to give. Receive it. The woman under the elevated tracks is somewhere in the city, or somewhere in the city of 100 years past that is also, in this telling, the city of right now. And she is at rest too. She has given what she had to give. She has done the thing that needed doing. She is released from it now, as you are released from the day that needed surviving, as all of us are released, night by night, into the rest that restores us for whatever tomorrow asks. She is resting. Let yourself rest alongside her, in the fellowship of the ordinary person who has done the ordinary good thing and who now, having done it, is allowed to stop, to put down the effort and the vigilance and the carrying, to be, for these generous dark hours, simply a body at rest in the dark, simply a person who is breathing, simply alive, in the most uncomplicated and most profound sense of the word. Simply alive. That is enough. That is the whole of what is required of you right now. Simply alive. Simply breathing, simply here in the dark with the story settling into you, and the sleep rising up to meet you, and the two of them finding each other in the warm, quiet center of the night. The voice is going quiet now. Not gone. Never entirely gone. It will be here when you come back, whenever you come back, whenever the night needs it again. But quiet now. Quieter than a whisper. Quieter than the sound of the breath. Quieter than the beating of your own heart, which you can feel if you rest your attention on it gently. That steady, faithful, unremarkable rhythm that has been with you every moment of your life without your having to think about it, without your having to manage it or supervise it or worry about whether it will continue. It continues. You continue. The oak trees continue. The city continues. The night continues, moving in its slow and patient arc toward the morning that is coming. Not yet, not close yet, but coming. The morning that will find you rested. The morning that will return to you the things the sleep restores. The morning that will be different from this moment in the ways that matter, Because this moment is the deepest dark and the morning will be the light. And between them is the rest that you are entering now. Finally, completely, the rest that has been waiting for you since long before you came here tonight. You are entering it. You are already in it, perhaps. The words reaching you now from a very soft distance. Less like language and more like warmth. Less like content and more like presence. The presence of something that has been with you all evening and is with you still, quieter now, almost silent now, but here, you are safe. You are loved. In the general and genuine way that the person who tells the stories loves the people who receive them. Across the distance and the dark, across the gap between the voice and the ear, across whatever miles and time zones and circumstances separate us. The love that is simply the wish for your well-being. The wish that you rest well tonight. That you wake tomorrow carrying something from this evening that serves you. That the morning finds you softer than the night did, easier than the day did, closer to the version of yourself that is most naturally and most fully you. That is my wish for you. Rest well. Dream gently. The story is sleeping now. And so are you. Good night, my sleepy friends. Good night from Mr. Midnight True Crime Stories. If you are still awake, and if you are, I am glad you stayed, and you should be very proud of yourself for making it all the way to the end of a very long evening. Please let us know in the comments. Tell us where you are in the world right now. Tell us what time it is for you. Tell us whether the story moved you, whether it carried you somewhere, whether there is a person in it you are still thinking about as the night deepens around you. Tell us about the woman under the elevated tracks, if she stayed with you. Tell us about the booty, if the booty stayed with you. Tell us about the 4 words, if the 4 words stayed with you. We are here. We are listening. And we will be here next time too, with another story, told with the same care, about real people who lived real lives and who deserve to be honored by the attention of those who come here in the dark and give their most private hours to the act of listening. There are so many stories. There are so many people who have been, who have endured, who have acted from goodness in moments that no one recorded. We will find them. We will bring them here. We will tell them slowly and carefully and with the respect they deserve, in this space that belongs to you and to the dark and to the particular trust that builds between a storyteller and the people who return, night after night, to be carried. Thank you for trusting this space. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for being here tonight, in the dark, with the story and the people in it, and the voice that tried its best to honor them all in the way they deserved. Like the video if it served you tonight. Subscribe if you want to find your way back here easily. Share it with someone who needs a gentle place in the dark. Someone who comes to the end of their days with the weight of the carrying too heavy for the silence to hold alone. We are here for that. We are here for them. We are here for you. Always. Good night. Good night. Good night.